We in the building, Knicks Nation. Oh boy, what a week, man. It seems the off season has already picked up steam. Since we last spoken, Coach Tibbs is up out of here. We're going to talk about potential replacements for Coach Tibbs. A lot of rumors, man. Is it KD? Is it Giannis? Will we make a move? Will we run it back? I don't know. As I knock my notes over, man, listen, man. A lot of craziness going on. I also want to talk about the concept of running it back. Running it back. Do you think this team is good enough, the way constructed, to run it back next year to chase a title? We're going to talk about that all and more on the Knicks Call-Up Show. How's it going, New York City? Welcome to the Knicks Call-Up Show. I am your host, Karan Pierre, the Objective Fan, straight out of Kings County, New York City's finest. And you know the vibes, man. Wow, man, what a hot couple of days in New York City. I'm already feeling it. I was in the AC all day, and the room I'm in, the studio, I didn't set up the AC yet. But I do got a fan on, so I'm good, man. Salute to everybody in the building. JJ, I see you. Yuri, Knicks Tape Madness Discord server, channel member, and my salute to you. Crimes Dad, I see you in the house early. Crimes Dad, stop complaining about the time I start the show. I do want to, I'm considering making the call-up show a little earlier. Not 100% on the time. Usually late nights are good for me because the family's sleeping. Right? It gives me time to do what I got to do. And, you know, I'm just a vampire. So that's why I like doing the late shows. But I might consider doing earlier shows. Salute to HRM the Great. I see you in the building early. A lot of talks, man. Uh-oh. Crimes Dad, what's the third rule? What? I make all the rules. I don't know what you mean by that. But salute to everybody in the building early. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed, and also hit the like button. Salute to you, Tindrell. I see you in the house early too. Channel member, Knicks Tape Madness Discord server. Yeah, man, let's get them likes up, man. Early, you already know how it gets down. This is the Knicks Call-Up Show. Keep the calls coming, 646-995-8389. Trying to think if I have any more announcements I want to make before we get started. Salute to Space Ghosts. A lot to talk about. I hope listen, man. I hope you guys call up, man. I do see my man in the queue. Hold on, let me get this brother on here. He's been waiting patiently on the line.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
This is
State your name. Where you calling from?
Yuri.
Let's go.
From the Bronx.
Salute, Yuri from the Bronx.
Salute to everyone in the chat. Horn, what a week.
Hey, man, the Knicks Tape Madness Discord server has been on fire, man.
Oh,
by me.
Man.
I've been lighting it up.
Lighting it up and smoking it, and we've been having some really intriguing perspectives.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
You know, and listen, it's all love, you know. We love disagreeing with each other. If there's one thing I gotta say, when we disagree, it's always on good terms. Like,
oh yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, listen, man, I disagree with everybody in the chat, but
it's all love. It's all
love, man. It's all love, and we all love the Knicks. So I think that's another major key. Like,
we want this team to be good next season. That's the whole thing.
That's what my concern is.
Right.
But
and it's a valid concern. I'm not dismissing you on that. It's a valid concern.
Yeah. It's a valid concern. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna give Leon Rose some time. It's only like 2 days into the all season, right? So,
And already it looks like it's heating up. So all it's been
oh
on
man.
ESPN, you would think they would
hmm
talk about the finals. You know, you really would. But all of a
But
sudden,
we
this
spoke
gets
about
bumped.
this though. But listen, nobody cares about OKC and Indiana. That's Middle America. Nobody cares about that.
But here's the thing: you would think they would be focused on that. You would
No,
think. They're
no.
talking about the Knicks 24/7. You got Sean dropping up. Oh, the Knicks made a trade for KD, or an offer for KD at the trade deadline.
What do you think about that? How you feel about KD potentially coming to the city
I'm
or
putting my
back to the
bias
city?
aside about KD, right?
Okay.
Putting my bias aside, he's a good scorer, probably the greatest scorer of our generation. He's 37 years old, you know, and I think a lot of people put into perspective of he called New York not cool, right? But we could use someone like him. Let's not get it twisted. A scorer off the bench, a scorer in the starting lineup, JB, Cat, Towns, it could work.
Yeah.
You'll be able to play 5 out on it, and the length would help OG and Anobi play defense with Mikal Bridges, if Mikal's still on the team.
That's what part of the problem there.
Right. It's the cap. You got to think about the salary. There's a lot going into this.
They're second apron team.
About it with the non-bias. You know what I mean? Non-bias.
No, the problem, the number one problem with the trade before we even get to the who you trade is that the Phoenix Suns are one of the 3 second apron teams entering this season. It's Boston, Cleveland, Phoenix, right?
Right.
So they can't do some of the things that would make the deal a lot easier. Like they can't add other players. A lot of people are talking about Ryan Dunn. When you're a second apron team, you cannot add multiple contracts to match salary.
The Phoenix Suns.
Right. Exactly. So that's part of the issue.
Whether y'all like to admit it or not, the Suns have got to cut some weight. They're desperate.
Well, but they can't. So all they think they could do is run it back, and KD. I think this is his last year, his deal.
Yeah,
and then,
it is.
But
it's
then,
confirmed.
But that's the problem. You're gonna let KD walk. That just sounds crazy in itself as well.
Right. So
you're
that's
gonna
the
let
first
him
thing
walk
I want to get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Non-biased,
Yeah.
right? We could use him. Salary is going to be an issue, though. That's why I say skip the KD trade.
Yeah, I'm not feeling the KD trade.
I'm not feeling the KD trade. Skip it. Now the Giannis trade, I had a few days to think about it, Corin.
Let's go.
I had a few days to think about it. I was talking to Mike from PA. I was talking to Knicks 25-26 about it.
Salute.
I was talking to basically everyone in the call-up show about it. And, of course, Mickey, the one who made the tips comment of the week. Talk to him about it. You can't, whether you like to admit it or not, it would be malpractice to pass up the Giannis talk.
That's a fact.
Whether we like to admit it or not.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating for it, but it would be malpractice to not pass it up. And if you're Leon Rose, you're like, okay, damned if I do, damned if I don't. I got to put an offer on the table.
Right.
And I appreciate that, Leon. And I do believe the Giannis trade report. I do believe the Knicks are making a tsunami-type like offer. And here's the thing that a lot of people hate to admit. We got to stop getting attached to these players, man. We love them.
That's a whole nother topic.
That's a whole nother before we dive into that, I'm just speaking facts. But I say run it back, but at the same time, though, if a guy like Giannis, 30 years in the playmaking, right, is asking about a trade, you can't pass it up. I'm sorry. You can't. You got to put an offer on the table. Obviously,
but Deary, that's all I've been saying in the Discord.
You just got.
I'm
not saying make the trade right away. I'm not saying make the trade.
We know that we don't have the picks and all of that to get him. We got we got players we could trade, but we don't got the picks. But at the same time, if Giannis says, I want to come to New York, this is the key. Giannis, if he says, I want to, they say he bought a house in New York. I'm not sure if that's true.
It's confirmed.
That's confirmed?
Yeah.
So if the brother says, I got a house here. I love the big market. I made the joke about the Euros going to New York and going to LA. Now I'm the Euro with the opportunity to go to New York. Man,
You
he
gotta make a
has to
trade.
want
You
to
gotta
come.
make an offer. Just make
If
an
he
offer.
says, yo, guys, I want to go to New York, Leon Rose can't drop the ball.
Knicks
He can't drop the
25-26
ball.
has Giannis said he wanted to come to New York. He did get asked a question about it on Twitter. If you look on his Twitter, he did a Q&A, and he said, and he got asked, what would be your favorite place to play if you had the chance? He said New York. So that's also more of a speculation. Listen, it's trade rumor. It's clickbait season, y'all. I hate to say it.
It's definitely clickbait season, but I'm telling you right now, I saw an actual report with sources saying that
To back it up?
Giannis is open to trade. He's open to seeing other teams. So that we know for sure that he's looking to be on the market. So if I am a team in a big market where the brother made a joke or he made a comment about Euros going to big markets, man, this is my time. And listen, I'm gonna keep it real, guys. And I did an unfiltered thought on this. To all the channel members, salute to you guys. By the way, I got some more unfiltered thoughts coming.
But keep in mind, guys, it is clickbait season. You're gonna hear a lot.
It is clickbait season, but I'm gonna say this about Giannis, right?
Mm-hmm.
He would be the most accomplished player in Knicks history if he signed with the Knicks, if he got traded to the Knicks.
Look at what he did throughout his career.
7 straight first All-NBA teams. No one has done that in Knicks history. Our only MVP is Willis Reed. And I think Giannis got 2 MVPs, right? Or 1 or 2?
Yeah, back-to-back, I believe.
So
MVP season.
To all the people that don't want Giannis or saying no, we shouldn't get Giannis, I don't know.
You gotta entertain the offer. You gotta.
Hey man, you never had a guy like this in your franchise. I'm gonna try to get it on research mode in a second, but you've never seen a dude like this before.
I do want to emphasize it. This is a once in a title generation player that we're talking about here. That is saying, I want a trade, and you have sources to back that up, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. He's the Milwaukee Bucks said that there was a report that said that they're open. You know, Giannis is open to seeing what other teams have to offer. That was a report that came out. That's not rumors. That's not clickbait. Now, Giannis didn't say, "Oh yeah, I want to go here or there," right?
He's trolling.
That would
obviously.
be click.
He's trolling.
Yeah, right. But we'll see.
6 says Giannis doesn't close the gap at Indiana. You need depth to beat the Cavs, Indiana, OKC, and that's true. I'm not saying that, but you gotta at least make an offer.
He said we need depth to beat the Cavs. Man, the Cavs better get some defenders. I know that. If they don't get no defenders,
but back to my point though,
they're food.
I'm not trying to be the nostalgic blind glasses on you. I do believe continuity. I do believe chemistry is important, Corbin. But it's Giannis. You got to make an offer on the table at least.
You got to get Giannis, man.
You got to make an offer on the table. If you
your window is 4 years with Giannis.
What's our
4 years of high level basketball?
Right. I'm not saying no. This is why I believe growth and continuity is important with the team. You got Jalen Brunson. You got players like Cat. You got Crimes that you with the pie Cat stuff. Right? We haven't heard he got traded yet. You got
that. He don't like Cat, even though he got the mug. You do got the mug, Crimes, that by the way, but
yeah,
talking all that Cat stuff. But I got it on the screen about Giannis, 2-time MVP. He would be the most decorated player in Knicks history as an individual with accolades.
And it's good to do research on this because this is going to be the topic for the offseason, right? When free agency comes around, or pretty much. A question, Corn, I got to ask.
What's up?
Can the Knicks trade now or not? Or do they got to wait until the season's over? I don't know the whole rule behind that.
I mean, you could, well, like I told you, the offseason is now. Like, if you out the playoffs, you in the offseason right now. So, I think that you could do whatever you want in terms of negotiation, but in terms of it becoming finalized, it'll probably be like towards the end of the month. But yeah, you could talk and do all that stuff now. You could agree to a deal, or you could do everything.
But
you see coaches getting fired. Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's
Right.
what I wanted. So
yeah, we in the off season. Like that's why I was trying to explain to people that as soon as you get eliminated from the playoffs,
that's your
you
off
are
season.
now in the off. That's when the off season starts. You
But
seen
here's the
people
thing.
getting hired. You see people getting fired.
But here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, right? I believe that you should at least make an offer for Giannis. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
You know, he would be
If
awesome.
you can't get him, I understand.
If you can't get him, I understand. But at least throw an offer on the table. That's all I'm
Right.
saying.
There you
Now,
go.
second thing, and thank you for talking to me about that because I had a hard time understanding it. Even after the unfiltered thought, I was against it. But I took off the glasses and I was like, you know what? He's got a point. Let me entertain the idea. And you can't really go wrong. You got to at least try to make an offer. Make an offer. If it don't hit, fine, whatever. You could say you tried.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you gave it a try. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. And also, it's really on him. Like, he has to want to come. In order to get him, I'm going to keep it real.
Exactly.
He has to want to
too.
come. So if he's not pushing for it, then screw it. I don't care. Then we just keep pushing with what we got.
Then keep building the bench. Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Coach now. Now that we talked about Giannis, we talked about it. I want to talk about the coaches. Tibbs getting fired was a shock to the world. Let's be real here. Tibbs getting fired was a shock to the NBA league. Even Rick Carlisle said he thought it was one of those dangerous AI, which was extremely funny, by the way, that he said that. But Tibbs getting fired. Claude, I want to ask you a question because we debated about this a lot. How do you feel about it?
To me, I feel like if you want to win a championship where I am, and it took me 30 years to get here, guys, you need an all-NBA MVP. Coaches is secondary. So my whole logic of what we were going through in the Discord server was everybody's happy that Tibbs is gone, but you don't even have a replacement coach. But there are some replacement. There's one replacement though. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, yeah, man, that's my guy. If they could do that, I was like, yeah. But outside of that, I was a little concerned. I am concerned because nobody wants the job. All the great coaches that's out there, like, no, we good. We don't want the job. So I'm like, damn. So nobody wants the job. Now you gonna go get yourself a Johnny Bryant? You gonna put him in this environment with you fans? You guys, how y'all tore down Coach Tibbs? Oh my God, I could only imagine what y'all would do to a new coach who never coached, and they start losing. Oh man, Tibbs wouldn't have did that. I can't, honestly, I don't want to see it, but it'll be hilarious to me if the anti-Coach Tibbs hive would get on the new coach and say, "Oh, Coach Tibbs wouldn't have did that."
You know what's gonna happen, Corn, you know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. But yeah, no.
So,
my take.
So that's what
right?
my thing was. Go ahead.
That's your thing. My thing was, we saw it coming, Corn. It wasn't, it wasn't like foreshadowing. You know what I mean? You saw it happening when a double big lineup got implemented. You know what I mean? And now that we found out, now we're finding more info out about it. You know what I mean? It feels like Tibbs getting fired was for the best.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Tibbs supporter. You know I've came on this call and defended you, right? When I'm saying it was for the best, I'm basically like...
listen, Yuri, I got an unfiltered thought. I think I'm going to record it tonight. I ain't going to lie. It might get some of you guys upset. I got another unfiltered thought I'm going to do on Brunson. And, it's going to be an eye-opening unfiltered thought. Yeah, man. Listen,
you got that TV smile on you, brother.
Hey, listen, Leon Rose raised the standard. I don't care what Mike was talking about in the Discord server. Salute to Mike, by the way. Hopefully he calls up tonight.
Yeah, I want to talk to Mike tonight, but this would be a good conversation we would all love to have right now.
Yeah, but as far as I lost my train of thought with the coach and damn, I lost it.
Oh, JJ wants KD. Interesting. Okay, so we do got someone that's part of the KD trade hive.
You want KD? Okay, that trade is very difficult.
Big man says Boston season when we trash the Pacers fan with the trash can. Bad juju. Oh, 100%. 100%.
Boston Cleveland, Phoenix, those three teams, impossible to trade with unless you could match salary perfectly. So if you got three guys that can match the one guy's salary, because they could take the three guys, they just can't send you multiple guys.
What
So
worries
it's
me about the trade,
very
right?
difficult
if
to
you
do.
get Giannis, what worries me about the trade, right?
Go ahead.
You get the trade, you kill your depth, but you get your all MVP. I say that's a win-win.
Oh, and I remember the point I wanted to get to. I'm gonna get back to that after I address that. So look, the thing about that is that if I get Giannis, all my efforts go into building the team around Giannis. I'm just gonna say it like that. I'm just gonna say it like that.
That's another good point.
I'm just gonna say it like that. Hey man, because look, Leon Rose, and to tie this with Mike really quick, Leon Rose put out the standard that our singular pursuit is a championship. So to me, my man Knicks will be chance 25-26. He has the perfect name. So that means in that year, I need to see a championship. I'm not selling for nothing because here's another thing too. We talked about Coach Tibbs, right? So if Coach Tibbs is the problem, so Coach Tibbs is the reason why we didn't beat Indiana. I don't understand that logic, right? But let's just hold on to that. Coach Tibbs is the reason why. Coach Tibbs, he's the reason why we didn't win. Okay, cool. He's fired now. He's gone. Y'all want to run it back?
We should win in a 2-year window. We should.
No, you should win it now because he was the problem. And now you're going to get a new coach that's not going. I was texting with Fritz, right? And he said, yeah, so now we don't have to worry about Coach Tibbs. I said, really? I said, you don't know what you're going to get in this new coach, especially if it's a Johnny Bryant.
And
Dave Fizdale was a great assistant. Oh, man, he's an incredible guy, very smart, knows the game. It's a different story when you got to actually coach a team.
A head coach. And here's the thing. He's applying for head coach jobs right now. You know what I mean?
Right. And I wish him all the best.
Here's the thing. Johnny Bryant, right? I want to dive into this. Do you mind? And then we'll get back to the Tibbs thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Johnny Bryant thing, right? If you look at what he did as an assistant coach, he started off in the Utah Jazz, right? Utah Jazz was really good around that time, right?
Okay, yes.
Then he went to the New York Knicks. He went to the New York Knicks around 2020 under Coach Tibbs, right? 2020, 2021, he was there for 4 years.
Right.
Right? Until 2024. I got a gut feeling that Johnny Bryant was supposed to take that role.
Well, my question then is, so if Coach Tibbs was this big problem that everybody had an issue with in the front office, why didn't they fire him last year? And then you could decide.
They wanted to get an exposure last year.
The Knicks wanted Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah.
That was never. How they gonna want a dude that's under contract? That was never happening.
That was at the time when he was out of contract. Knicks 25-26. I uploaded a video on it.
Oh, Eric Spoelstra, when he signed his deal last year? When did he sign his deal?
It was during the off season. I'm trying to remember. Last year.
So hold on, he was a free agent. They allowed him to go into free agency as a coach.
Yeah.
You normally don't even see that because Tibbs was signed. His extension would have began this year.
Right. But here's the thing, though. There was problems brewing since last year, though.
With Tibbs?
Yes. Him and Leon were on non-speaking terms. That's how bad it was. And I think it started around when Randall and Devo got traded. I think Leon has a different vision compared to what Tibbs was doing. And
hold on. We got a special guest. I'm a merging man. Hold on, because this is family right here. Hold on. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from? Oh. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Yo, what it did it do?
Uh-oh. Let me merge you with Yuri. Let's merge you with Yuri. All right, so we got a we got a special guest on the line from the Knicks Tape Madness Discord server.
So you don't forget.
No, I got you. This is Knicks Tape Madness Discord server right here. We got Mike from Harlem, the PA, in the building.
There he is, Mike.
What
Mike,
is
Mike.
it to do? What's going on, guys?
Me and Mike, we had a little debate in the Discord earlier today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know it's all love.
It's all love. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
It's all
it ended on a
I
joke.
was
I can't remember what was
talking
funny. You said something that was funny. I can't remember what it was, but
love. Yeah.
no. What I was saying was
what's
that,
up?
that video that Knicks 25-26 champs, there was a lot of problems with Coach Six. Him and Leon were on non-speaking terms since last year, right? I think it started about. I gotta watch the video again. It started
He said when Randall was traded.
when Randall was traded, and him and Cat had remember that callback show, the call show I said a while back with Cat and Tibbs. You can reconcile, but you can still have beef with the guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Apparently, Cat had beef with Tibbs again because Tibbs was utilizing Cat wrong, and Cat said something to him. And Tibbs
How's
ignored
he
him.
utilizing Cat wrong? Cat was never an all-star starter in his entire career. You being utilized wrong. Yo, honestly, I don't understand that. And listen, I'm a Knicks fan. I'm not nobody's fan, but I'm calling it how I see it. Cat never started in the all-star game. This was the best season of his career. He was utilized wrong. How?
Wasn't shooting any. I don't know.
How?
I didn't buy that part. I
What?
didn't buy.
Like, yo, I swear to God, this is why the reports is hilarious to me. I don't really care about none of that.
But-
I want the Knicks to be good.
Right, but
And
here's the
Leon
thing, right?
Rose,
Here's the
listen, I'm giving him Mike, I'm giving him an opportunity.
How was Cat being utilized though this year?
How was he, Yuri? How was he not utilized right?
No, not how was he not utilized right? How was he utilized at all this year? Like what was game plan for Cat this year?
Right. The
I
game
mean,
plan
he-
Cat this year
Go ahead.
really was to be a post-up scorer. That's it. If you look at how he was in the beginning of the season, Cat was shooting threes. He was putting up MVP numbers.
Mm-hmm.
He shot the least amount of threes his whole career. Where's the three? If you're the best big man, right? If you're the greatest shooting big man, why are you shooting less threes? And here's the thing too: we never saw the 5-out lineup that we thought we had.
Yep.
It felt like Tibbs utilized the whole lineup wrong.
So
Well,
based on what we've seen from Cat this year,
Yeah.
that was. Would that be the way you would like to see Cat?
Look, I got the numbers on the screen. I mean, he averaged 24 and 13. He shot 4.7 threes, so he shot 7/10 less of three, not even just 1 3, 7/10 of a three less. He
Right.
still shot 42% from downtown,
But
right?
he was shooting career-like numbers though from three. It was.
I mean, his numbers this year is better than it was last year. I got the numbers on the screen. He shot 7/10 of a less of a three. I mean, that's barely one less three, right? He shot a better percentage, right? All his percentages is up. All his numbers is up from last year. I mean, if this is being utilized the wrong way, damn, is he going to ever give me 30 and 12 if he's utilized the right way?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what more do you want from him?
Well, I mean, despite looking at the numbers, because the numbers could tell you one thing.
But
Okay.
it's when
When
you
you
see him at
watching
an
the
eye level
game-
though, it's a different story.
Yeah. When you're watching the game, it hasn't looked pretty all year. I'm telling you.
Let's be real. The
Even the good games, the offense is pretty
Sucks.
much ISO Cat, ISO JB. And then when we got to the finals, we figured out that Cat and JB don't even work well together. So now it's time to stagger, which only happened in the playoffs.
Right. That's you can only hide JB and Cat so long. But once you're in the playoffs, they got exposed, and it got exposed bad.
Well, yeah. What's the playoff numbers for Cat?
What was the
Well,
playoff numbers?
the playoff numbers for Cat was definitely bad. Well, not
Okay.
bad, but worse than the season. I'm not gonna say bad because he averaged 21 and almost 12. That's not bad.
That's not that
It
bad.
should be
if it
better.
Was 15,
It should
if
be
it was,
better.
if it was
Yeah,
15, if it was 15, I would have said bad. But that's That's actually pretty decent. That's not
And that's
too
what I'm
bad.
saying. When playoff time comes around, then you see what you really have. So you could kind of get away, and that's why I'm saying don't just look at the numbers. You can kind of get away with it percentage-wise during the season because, yeah, they're playing teams like the 76ers or the Charlotte Hornets or the Brooklyn Nets, teams that are tanking, don't really care. The season's coming to an end, yada, 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 or teams that are not necessarily prepped
Right.
for the Knicks.
And one more thing I would like to point out, right, Mike? There was, and Quan, you need to hear this too. There was a report today about Tibbs and Jalen Brunson, right? I know Knicks for clicks, and I get we're tired of hearing that, but this was at an actual source. This came from Ramen Soborn, right?
Okay.
This
Ramona
from
Shelbourne.
NBA
Yeah.
Central. This is from NBA Central. It was about Jalen Brunson's usage under Tom Thibodeau was a legitimate concern. That was also the front office's concern. One league source suggested history could serve as a warning present that Brunson, who missed games this season because of an ankle and calf injury, would suggest to hold up long term.
Oh, that's cat, man. Anybody talking about playing time and injuries, there's no correlation to that. By the way, I also want to point out with Towns' playoff numbers, this is his best playoff of his career. Just saying.
But listen,
This year that just passed. So like, I get what you're saying. Like, he could have used them better, but I'm still seeing best of his career. Like, it's like his production is better than it was in Minnesota this playoffs.
I love that point because that segues into the conversation me and you had with the type of team that we have going into next year. I think his numbers is this great is because this is the best team he's ever been a part of.
Right.
True.
And while I do agree, maybe the whole report might be cap, but it is something to take into consideration, though, that Brunson, who calf injuries, would struggle to hold up long term without a more layered, balanced offensive system, just like Derrick Rose faltered when he played for Thibodeau in Chicago. Listen, I'm not saying that the report is true, right? It's just something to point out. The Knicks do not want to have a Derrick Rose situation on their hands again.
Yeah, but there's no correlation to playing time and injuries.
It doesn't matter if there's no correlation, Colin.
So you can't say him playing somebody or using somebody more, that means he's going to get hurt. That's not how that works.
That was a legitimate concern, though.
It's not how that works, man. But
Mike, you saying usage don't cause injuries?
I'm saying that the amount of playing time that a player gets, there's no correlation that causes more injuries.
I agree with that one. I agree.
And there's a report on Yahoo that came, I think it was Yahoo or The Guardian, one of the two. I could find it if you want me to, where it showed that there's no correlation in Tibbs' heavy usage causing injuries. Right? Heavy minutes causing injuries.
Okay.
Right? Mikal was second in minutes. His Iron Man streak didn't get broken.
You got a point.
We had the most healthiest starting lineup in basketball. That lineup played together the most out of any other lineup.
Maybe that report was BS and it was made for clicks, right?
What about because there's people that could be, I want to, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is I wonder if there's a more in-depth study about usage of minutes also attached to ball handling, because you could be out there on the floor, but you're not necessarily handling the ball.
Right.
I
can't deal with a study that's not done.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I would love to see what the results of that study would be, because if I'm out there, it's a big difference if I'm out there 42 minutes and most of the time I'm out standing on the corner waiting for a 3-point shot, opposed to handling the ball, being harassed every 5 seconds, driving the ball to the rim. I'm taking most of the shots. Those players kind of get injured more, I think.
Right.
Well, you gotta have to show me something for that. I'm gonna say that one thing I do agree though, that I think that we need another ball handler on the floor, and Mikal
That's
Bridges is not it. He's
definitely
not.
He's not that
But
guy.
I want to ask you, so Mike, Jason Kidd, right? So that's the guy. I ain't gonna lie. When I seen Jason Kidd, I got excited. I'm like, yo, if we could lure Jason Kidd from Dallas, I listen, man. That'll make me happy. I would say a little bit happy. I'm not gonna be 100% happy.
I like the Jason Kidd signing.
I'm gonna be a little happy. How you feel about Jason Kidd?
I'm not gonna lie to you. That joint grew on me a little bit.
Okay.
At first I wasn't really liking it. Because
Jason
honestly,
Kidd
I don't even know why. I just don't. I really didn't see Jason Kidd being as a fit over here.
Okay.
But now that I think about it more, I was focused on Johnny Bryant. I just didn't see Jason Kidd even being available from the Mavericks. It wasn't that I didn't like him coming over here. I didn't think that it was even possible to get him.
Right. Yeah, I agree. You know, I agree too. Like that turned me off too. Like I'm like, man, these guys are already signed. Like, well, how are we gonna go try to take their coach? But remember, it's Dallas. It's Dallas.
Yeah, there you go.
You might.
That's what kind of hit me today. Yuri hit me up, and we was talking about it, and he's like, "Yo, man, it's actually a real possibility that we could get J. Kidd." And but then I'm like, yeah, you know. But then I said to myself, well, it is Dallas. Look who they got rid of.
Exactly. Dallas. You really think
they traded Luka?
I done traded Luka.
Another report came out today. This is the Dallas Mavericks. This was the Dallas Mavericks reporter said that Jay Lanier was nearing a deal to work under Jason Kidd as the next assistant coach in Dallas. So that tells me that Kidd is not going anywhere if he's getting new assistant. So I would like to see a report from Stefan Bondi about the Dallas thing, right? If it's true or not. But I highly doubt Kidd is going to get permission to talk with us.
So he hasn't gotten permission yet?
No,
yet.
I haven't seen nothing on that. But so you brought up Johnny Bryant.
Yeah,
why do you want Johnny Bryant? You want to throw him into the Lions then?
Listen, I got a website here. This is from Knicks Nation's own website, Knicks Nation himself. My man Ant, who I'm in the server with, that has the Knicks Nation. Very good YouTuber, does cover the Knicks Nation well, has been covering, the whole offseason rumors. Had recently made a reading about the coaches, right, since Thibodeau got released. And it's favored, the internal favorite, Johnny Bryant, Knicks associate head coach. There is pros and cons to Bryant. Bryant has built a strong reputation as a player development guru. He helped shape Donovan Mitchell's scoring arsenal in Utah and has been Jalen Brunson's most trusted sideline voice, first during his time at Villanova and later in New York under now former head coach Tom Thibodeau. On NBA benches since 2012, Bryant is currently a finalist for Phoenix opening coaching role, which signals league-wide confidence in his readiness. This is how old he is, by the way. His age is 39. He's 39 years old. He's actually not that young. You know that, right? And report with your.
That's young for a coach, man.
Yeah, that's young.
That's young for a coach. That's that may be older for regular folk, but for a coach, 40 years old is a young man.
That's a young man.
When people bring up the argument about experience, they have a point.
Right, and younger players can resonate with this under 30 core. Here's the thing: our core is under 30 years old, right? So that's why Johnny Bryant's a favorite. He's been groomed by Tibbs. He's been going through Utah. He's been in Villanova. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that don't mean that. That boy is. That don't mean that.
Right. So because you brought him up, Mike, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why you want Johnny Bryant?
No, I never said I wanted Johnny Bryant.
I never said
okay.
You can go in the chat and you can check. I've never said one time.
I never said I wanted Johnny Bryant.
I just know that Johnny Bryant is probably at top of the list right now to be head over, at least from the reports, from the data that I have available. What the reports are saying is that Johnny Bryant is more than likely to become a New York Knicks head coach. Now, is that the right move? I don't know. I'm not a psychic. Listen, you could bring in somebody who is experienced, more than qualified for the job, and it end up being a dud.
Here's the cons for Johnny Bryant. He has never led an NBA team as a head coach. Fine. We know that already. Which presents a risk for a franchise with high postseason aspiration. Bryant is known for refining talent than crafting advanced game plans, meaning you need a stronger technical staff around him. So you can get Johnny Bryant, right? But you need a good coaching staff around him. So the risk
he's on the Cavs. He was on the Cavs this season, right? And we see the success that the Cavs have had. Now we can say that success was rooted already there, with was it Atkinson?
Right.
Yeah.
But nevertheless,
offense is what made the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Exactly. Their offense is what made the season the way it is, right? Because obviously they got defensive holes in their game, but you got to admit, this is one thing you have to admit, everywhere Johnny Bryant goes
is successful.
We find success, and we have been a part of that ride personally.
For a team looking to take the next leap, hiring a rookie head coach could be viewed as premature. I agree with that. But Joe Mazzulla did it. Come on now. Joe Mazzulla, young coach. Pat Riley, young coach. You know.
You said Pat Riley, young coach.
That was in 2006.
Pat Riley was not, man. Pat Riley, he probably was like 60 then. No, man.
The OG.
You don't have examples of young coaches coming in, winning championships. You talk about Boston, they had the same core nucleus, right? For a while. Tatum and Brown was there. He was an assistant there. Way different scenario. You talk about the LA Lakers or however far back you want to go with Pat Riley. I mean, all of those are different monsters, right?
But we got to give Joe Mazzulla a little bit of credit here. You can't just bring I don't care if you have the players, the system. You can't bring Joe Schmo off the street and expect a championship. I don't care.
No. I'm not trying to take nothing away from Joe. I'm just saying that those teams have ingredients that this team does not have. So I wouldn't want to put a young coach in the fire with you guys in the chat. Y'all gonna be on the call-up show. I mean, I swear to God, oh my God, if he does anything wrong, if the team wins 48 games, y'all gonna kill him. It's just a fact. I don't know if I would put a young coach in New York. That works in Indiana. That works in Memphis. You could go wherever small market you want to go, where there's only 100,000 people in the town. That works there. Listen, this is the gauntlet, man. They're not giving you no patience. Your GM talking about, our singular focus is a championship. Everybody looking into you now. I wouldn't put him there. Jason Kidd is the name that I want. That's the name I want. But I do got some more calls. Anything else you would like to say, Mike?
I'll just say that I think next year is going to be a little bit more surprising, in my opinion. I think
for good reason.
Next year, for good. I think next year we see a big spike in our production from not only the starting lineup but the bench also, because we didn't get an opportunity to see these players develop during the year or gain any type of continuity with each other. So I think next year we see some better play and we go a little bit further.
A coach that no one's talking about though.
Yeah, and that's one thing I feel like is being left out of this whole narrative. The reason why we're not in the finals right now, I don't think it was because of the roster talent-wise. it was definitely because of the decisions that the coach made. So if we're not in the finals because the roster wasn't good, and we're not in the finals because of the decisions that the coach made, that's from the fans' perspective and what the roster itself is saying, and the front office has made clear that the coach was the issue. Then next year we should be seeing something positive.
Right.
That's all I see. Thank you for saying that, Mike. So if we don't win the championship, I expect heads to be on the goddamn table because Coach Tibbs is the problem. The problem is removed. So I expect the championship. I don't want to hear no excuse. I don't want to hear building nothing. Don't want to hear building nothing.
Yo, Mike.
Because on the flip side, y'all didn't give Coach Tibbs props for getting you to 51 wins. You didn't give Coach Tibbs props for taking you to the conference finals.
Me in this. Do not include
so
me
you're giving them all the flack, and this is not just to Mike.
I give him props, man.
This is everyone. This is to everyone that wanted him gone.
Listen, I gave him props. All right, don't start this. Don't start this shit.
Hey, and that report from Ian Begley, I don't think Leon wanted to let go of Tibbs from that report that I read. It sounds like that came up from above his head, from James Dolan, hearing the stuff that the players are saying about your boy.
That's a whole nother problem if that's the case. Oh boy, that's a whole nother problem.
Yeah. It looks like
you got that man making decisions.
Is Leon supposed to drop his bag?
If that man is making, I don't want to believe, Mike. I don't want to believe that, because if that man is making decisions, it's downhill, man. But I'm gonna get back to
Leon. Whoa, hold up.
I've been listening.
Hold up. Before I go, I will say one thing. Leon went to the man before he approved. He had to get approval. It was Leon's, not Thibodeau's. It was Leon's idea, not the man himself.
I hope.
And that's what the report's coming out, right, Mike?
What, that Leon had to get permission?
Yeah.
From James Dolan?
Yes. That's what I've been hearing.
Not permission, but he got his approval, I would say. Because Leon Rose is supposed to be the one making the decisions.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Thibodeau himself.
Have any of you guys worked in like a corporate company or anything like that?
Thing too, right?
Yeah.
James Dolan is staying out of this. This does not have Dolan's fingerprints.
We hope he's staying out of this.
Yeah, that's bull. The owner's never out of it. Listen, I ran 2 businesses, so as well, right? But I've also worked in corporate America, and this what an owner does. An owner is going to be in direct contact with who he has running the show, and he'll give his feedback on what he thinks, what his expectations and stuff like that, and he will allow that person to make the decision, not to step on any toes. But if that person doesn't make the right decision, if he doesn't follow on clues that is being given by the owner and expectations by the owner, guess what? You the next guy. So you're constantly being tested. You constantly have that position. They're not just giving money away.
I feel you. I hear you, man. But I'm gonna hit you guys up, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah, Corin, I'm gonna be back in the call later, though. I'll let you.
Yeah. I got like four people, a couple of people I've never seen before. I gotta get to.
This was definitely. I know the future looks uncertain right now, but we're gonna be back on top. Trust. I trust in Leon. I trust him fully. It's got my back.
All right, man. We'll see, man. All right, Yuri. Salute. So that was the Knicks Tape Madness Discord server. By the way, keep the calls coming. I missed a couple of calls. I definitely will call you back. By the way, still Knicks fan, salute to you. I see you in the building. Early, hold on. What's going on with the app? Let's see. Okay. 317 calling you back now. Keep the calls coming. 646-995-8389.
Hey, yo.
Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
This is Chris from Indiana. I just want to say that we own your ass.
Oh, really? Okay. That's all you wanted to say? All right. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Yo, it's Swan in South Carolina, was bro.
Salute, man. We got Indiana fans calling up. Could think about it. If the Knicks would have went further, right? Like, let's say we get to the finals. You think we gonna be calling the Indiana show?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why are they calling us? We not even playing them no more.
Oh man, crazy, man. But go ahead, brother. What's on your mind, man? I got questions, but what's your thoughts with Coach Tibbs?
I approve.
Okay.
Listen, it's like a love-hate relationship. Like, you can't take away what he did. Of course not. Like, you'd be foolish to do so because the franchise hasn't been relevant in how long?
I mean,
know what I'm saying?
Gone to the Eastern Conference Finals in 25
years. Yeah. But as well as that's all well and good, it was the same thing with Randall, right? We appreciate him coming when nobody else wanted to. We appreciate what he did for the team. We appreciate that. That doesn't guarantee you anything. It doesn't mean just because we need to move on from somebody too. I don't know what this idea is that, oh, they did something, so you must have forgotten. No, we didn't forget. We just see the flaws and we see where the ceiling is, and we trying to punch through that ceiling. And as great as Tibbs was, his greatest weakness is you don't want to use a damn bench. Like, that's it. Thank you for being the ECF, but we need somebody who's gonna like adapt. Like, you're a dinosaur, bro.
You know, like, once again, like, I'm the objective Knicks fan, right? So I don't care about nobody individually. My goal is to win a championship. Anybody can go. Listen, anybody can go. Trust me. That's my motto. That's my thought. So I blacked out in the Knicks Tape Madness Discord server all week because I feel like I felt duped. I'm not gonna lie. I love Leon Rose. I think he's doing a fantastic job. And the offseason has just begun, so I'm giving him the grace. But I feel like
there's very few buttons he's pushed that doesn't. There's very few times where he pushed a button that hasn't worked.
Right, exactly. So that's why I'm chillaxing. I'm not going to be too hard on Leon because we're just getting started, and we can still get Giannis. But I'm gonna say this: if we honestly think that we're gonna come back with the same roster, maybe a couple of new bench guys, minimum salary guys, and we're gonna win the championship under a new coach, especially if it's a coach like a Johnny Bryant or somebody who probably doesn't have the experience, I don't think that that's going to happen. Because Leon Rose, this is what he said. He said that our singular focus as an organization is to win a championship.
Yeah.
You fire Tibbs, you don't have a replacement. That to me is like, oh my God, what are we doing? Are we just winging it now? Like, you knew you wanted to get rid of him. You created this false standard of, oh, if we get here, we're gonna. No, you didn't want him. You didn't think he was gonna reach there. So, well, that's my.
That's why I don't think this came from Dolan. I don't think this came from Dolan. I honestly don't. Like, you
don't think it came from Dolan, or you don't think it came?
I don't
from
think
Leon?
They 100% came from Dolan. I'll put it that way. I think
so
Leon was on board with it. I think it was Leon was 100% on it. No, he was okay with it.
Okay.
Because of the not speaking terms, because he's like, if I'm Leon Rose, right?
Right.
And I'm bringing you these players, right? Because this is my vision. This is our vision to win a chip. And as much as he said, I'm not going to meddle with the coaching, in the back of your head, you're like, yo, why is this guy not using these players that I'm bringing here? What am I bringing these players for if he ain't going to use
Good
it?
point. No, that's a
Right?
good point.
That's got to
No, that's right.
frustrate you. So
That's
that's
a
why
fact. Yeah.
I think that because whenever you don't talk to someone, it's not one thing. It wasn't just that trade that didn't give him speaking terms. That was probably the straw that broke the camel's back. There was probably a litany of
Ooh.
things building up to that gets you. Anytime someone has the point where they don't talk to each other, it's not just one
That's
thing.
crazy.
You know what I
That's
mean?
crazy. Because they were boys, right? So
Right.
my thing is, you know
When
what's
you
funny,
get-
right?
When you mix business with pleasure.
That's a problem. That is a problem. And you know what's funny though? I remember the speech that Thibodeau gave at Randall's school's thing. Remember that thing he did at Earl Pearl School? And Tibbs gave a speech. They were all there. And then
Yeah.
Randall gets traded the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think like that partly had something to do with it where Tibbs is frustrated? Because this is something I said, right?
Right.
And this is why I'm, like once again, I don't care who gets fired, who has to go. I mean, I don't want nobody to lose their job, but they're all millionaires. So them losing their job, it's not like they're going to be out on the street trying to figure out what they're going to do, right?
Like
So
if one of us lose our job, we might
yeah,
be,
right. Exactly.
a
It's not
problem.
the same. It'll be a
Yeah.
problem. So, but my thing is this, right? When
Yeah.
we talking about the whole coaching and stuff, you
Mhm.
know, if from Coach Tibbs' side, he hasn't had a consistent team since he took over to be coach. Every other year or every year, it's a different
Right.
team. So now you gotta retool and reshuffle. Like you didn't get a chance to work with the same core guy. RJ got traded. Randall got traded. Right?
Right.
All these guys quickly, all the young guys got traded. I started with Alfred Payton. Then you gave me Kemba Walker. Like you never gave me nothing consistently to build on. Then
Right.
I have a game plan all summer. I got the 4 Nova boys. I got Randall back. But we gonna kill it. And then a day before media day, Towns
Trade
comes. Now
right.
I gotta throw my whole entire playbook in the trash and retool for a center that is like the most unconventional modern center out there. And I gotta
Right.
redo everything.
No, I mean for him to bring I'm not for Tibbs. What he did was amazing, and I'm sure
Yeah.
he's going to get a job somewhere else. The problem is, and this is why I hope we don't hire Mike Malone. This is the bench thing. Don't want to play young guys. They just outdated coaching philosophies, and you can't. I think it's just shown time and again that you just can't win this way. It's not the 90s no more. The two teams right now in the finals are the two deepest teams. Teams that have been winning lately have been deep. The Golden State Warriors were deep. Like, even when the Nuggets won it, they had like a solid bench. They had like KCP and all of them. And why? I guess because of the aprons, they couldn't keep them. But like, it's showing right now, the modern NBA, you need depth to win. You gotta develop that depth. Dude was like Carlisle was bringing out dudes' names I never heard before, and they were performing. That's a symptom of good coaching.
No, I hear everything you're saying, and you definitely have a point. I'm tackling something deeper because I got the 23-24 season on the screen. He didn't have no trouble using his bench then. What changed between 2024, right? Because look, when you go back to this is 2024 on the screen, right? No one averaged more than 35.4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Julius Randle and Brunson were like 15th in minutes, right? He ran a 9-man rotation. He's been running a 9-man rotation for the most part ever since Fournier went to the bench, right? Before that, he was playing 10 men. So during Coach Tibbs' time here, he did play the bench, right? Maybe the Randall's first year, Randall had 37 minutes, but that was just Randall. Everybody else was pretty much getting the proper time. So what changed? See, so like what I'm trying to propose right now is that something deeper than rap right now. That maybe Coach Tibbs is frustrated that he traded away his guys. And then you add that the bench was all hurt. All Tibbs guys was hurt. Landry Shamet, Precious Achua, Mitchell Robinson. The entire bench was injured to start the season. He didn't like none of these other guys Leon Rose brought in. And then it's bad enough you traded away Dante, who was my sixth man, right? You didn't even give me another six man back. So I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. You know, I don't know if this is really
everything
happening.
You're saying is also correct. You're not incorrect, right?
Yeah.
I just don't think that he mean, you got to work with what you, I don't know, you just got to work with what's given to you. Like,
yeah.
he did a good job.
There was some tension there. There definitely was some tension there, though. Like, there was some issues there. Yeah, for sure. Because you're right. Like, he should have used his bench more, even if the guys were hurt. But maybe Tibbs was, like, having his own silent protest.
Right.
I'm going to do it my way. And screw you. I'm getting fired anyway.
You think he was going to get fired this season?
If there was tension with the front office, like how these reports are, if they're true, I'm not sure if they're 100% true, but I think so. I think the writing was on the wall, man. Especially because the ultimatum they came up with, if you get by Boston or something with Boston, like it seemed like they didn't really have faith the team will go as far as they did.
Right.
Because they moved the goalposts, and then it became, he made mistakes in the Indiana series, but he did get you to the Eastern Conference Finals, but clearly you didn't want him. So my thing is, and this is what I want to ask you next, right?
Yeah.
If they get Johnny Bryant, I'm gonna be very upset. I'm just letting y'all know that off top.
There's been coaches who never really coached that much that a lot of teams have gotten. They're brilliant right now. They're doing amazing jobs. Who the hell heard of I don't even know the guy's name for the Thunder. Who's the Thunder coach? I forget.
He's been there a while. Mark Dugno. He's been there a while with those guys.
Okay.
But Joe Mazzulla, people like to use that example. The only problem with that example is the ingredients the Boston Celtics have, we don't have that. Right? The level of all NBA first teamers, 4 all-stars, top five two-way point guard all time. I mean, what Boston has, we don't got that. So to compare ourselves to Boston,
the lack of in-game adjustments is another problem with Tibbs, right? He clearly got outclassed by Carlisle.
So why didn't he get Johnny Bryant last year? Don't you think that last year would have been the perfect opportunity? You didn't even have to sign Tibbs. You could have let him go. Now, instead of owing him $32 million, you would have only owed him for the last year of last year's deal. You don't think that's possibly Leon Rose dropping the ball? Or am I tripping? I'm just saying. Because you could have got Johnny last year.
Yeah. I didn't say Leon Rose was perfect. I said a lot of the buttons he pushed, a majority of the buttons he's pushed has worked.
Okay.
But nobody's perfect.
That's fair. No, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I'm just saying, but Tibbs is not perfect. But Mark Dogno made the Coach Tibbs mistake last night. Mark Dogno for the OKC Thunder made the Coach Tibbs mistake last night. That's why they lost. First off, he changed his lineup. First off, why the hell are you changing your lineup to match up with Indiana?
Yeah.
That to me was dumb. Even though they was playing good early, it looked great, fantastic. The turnovers was crazy, right? The problem is you were getting out-rebounded by the Pacers. If you're getting out-rebounded by the Pacers, you're probably going to lose because they don't even care about getting rebounds. You letting Indiana out-rebound you. Then, down the stretch, he don't put no center on the floor because he fell for the Obi Toppin at the center spot. So he thought he could just put 5 guards out there.
Right.
And what happened? When they missed a shot, no rebounds. Right. No rebounds. And then what Indiana does, they take off and run. That's the worst thing you could do. That's why I said when I did my 10 keys to victory, you have to dominate the rebounding matchup. Why? Because it will limit Indiana from running in transition.
One of the better rebounders in the league, too.
Exactly. And guess what Hartenstein did when he came in the game? Put in work, grabbing rebounds, wreaking havoc, setting solid screens, doing all that. I don't understand why you changing yourself to match up against Indiana. That gives them the edge. That's a Coach Thibodeau mistake. If Coach Tibbs would have did that, Tibbs did this. But Mark Dugno, he's a genius. But hold on, I'm going to move forward. Jason Kidd, how do you feel about Jason Kidd the Knicks are trying to talk
I-
Dallas into,
I don't know. It's like part of
perhaps.
me likes it, right? Because
Okay.
he did get the Dallas to the finals, and he didn't.
Yes.
He's another guy that has maximized
The
talent.
talent. Yep.
And I mean, look what he did with like players, and they're all a lot of those players were very limited of what they could do.
Facts.
So I think if they can somehow, if Leon Rose can pull a Rose like Leon Rose like and get a kid somehow, I don't know how the hell they're gonna do it.
That'd be crazy.
I would honestly white Jason Kidd. That was one of my picks. It was funny because I was like, I forgot that he was on a contract. Because like, is there a way to get Jason Kidd? I don't know. I don't think I was on your show. I think I may have been a Still Knicks fan show. But
Salute to still Knicks fans.
Salute to Still Knicks fans. I had that idea of. I said that earlier. Like, if we're gonna replace Tibbs, I think Jason Kidd or Ume Udoka. But Udoka, I didn't realize he was starting with Houston, so he's not.
Yeah,
even
Houston
if he
shut
was
it down.
available, even
Yeah,
if
they
he's
shut it down.
available, yeah, even if it's available, he's gonna want to stay in Houston, I think.
Right. Nah.
But
I think
I
Jason
like the
Kidd is the
idea of
best
Jason
name.
Kidd.
I think he's
think
the
that's
best name,
Yeah,
because, and he's Jason Kidd. Let's just keep it real. He's one of the smartest NBA players of all time.
yeah.
He
And I
worked
think
with
that's why he
Brunson
was
already.
able. Yeah, and I think that's why he was able to get that team to the finals too, because he knows how to use a point guard. He knows how to use players right. Like
But think about how flawed that team was. We've never seen in the history of basketball 2 ball dominant guards going to the. You've never seen that ever in the history. So that right there automatically impressed me that he was able to do that, and they're both defensive liabilities. That's super impressive. So you give him the right mix of guys, I think he'll get you to the promised land.
Guess what the Knicks got? 2 ball dominant guys who are
No,
defensive
with guards
liabilities.
though. I was saying guards. I was saying like normally you have one point guard who dominates, who brings up the ball, dribble. The other guards off the ball. They had 2 guys that literally would take turns being point guard. You've never really seen that in the history of basketball. And
Did
for
you
him to
call
get to
Kyrie and LeBron when they won the final?
Nah, but LeBron is a forward. Like he could play point guard, but he's really he's a forward, and Kyrie could get off the ball sometime, but he really was a ball dominant point guard until he got with Luka. That's when he was able to mix it up. But I just think Jason Kidd is a brilliant mind. Yeah. And how do you feel about the Giannis trade? I'm not sure if we talked about this before, but
that's another thing
Giannis
too.
trade.
Like, and another reason why I like Jason Kidd, I think, because a lot of people have already said this, but I'll reiterate. The connection to Brunson. Like he's had Brunson before.
Yeah.
Giannis, like I don't know, man. Like yes and no. I mean, like, do we have to give up a lot of depth to get him? Because then, if that's the case, I don't know if I want that, right? Because we're building something here, and again, right? The teams that are winning championships or getting close, the teams that really, for the most part, right, that get close to a championship or winning championships are deep teams. So if in the whole like superstar thing, like 3 superstar things is proven to not really work because that kills your depth, right?
Yeah. I might see. Well, if you ask me, and maybe I should have gave this parameter to start. The premise is Giannis says, "I want to go to New York."
Right.
Then I feel like you have to get him. But I also will say this: I am of the likes of I'm willing to trade anybody, not everybody. And you could take that how you want. Listen, to all my channel members, I keep telling y'all this. I did the unfiltered thought on it. I put the trade package out there. I'm not going to say it on these live airways now, but I'm willing to trade anyone, not everyone. There's a big difference because we've never had a player in our franchise. If we got Giannis today and you look at his accolades as a player, We've never had a
Yeah.
player that with those accolades. 2
True.
MVPs. Willis Reed is the only MVP we had. He only won 1. 7 straight All-NBA first teams. You've never seen that before, and he's not done making first teams. Okay?
Yeah.
Defensive Player of the Year, right? One of the
Yeah.
best two-way players in the game. He's who you need. The only reason why he didn't win any more championships, he didn't win in Milwaukee. Well, he did win a championship, but the following 2 years, he was injured 2 times, and then Dame Lillard was hurt, right? Had
Not
the
only
ACL.
Not only
Mhm.
that, his supporting cast is aging freaking horrifically.
Right. They don't got the right cast of guys, and then they put a coach. I don't want to diss the coach, but the bottom line, what I'm
I'll
saying
diss the
is,
coach. You don't
Go
hire
ahead,
a
you
coach
can-
that blew 3-1 leads. The only coach in history to do that. Why would you do that to yourself? I don't understand how he keeps getting work. I forgot who said it. Does he have like some incriminating evidence of people out there? Like, does he have
He's
blackmail?
resourceful.
Like, what's happening? How does he keep getting work?
He's very resourceful. I didn't want to go there, but you're right. You add that factor, then yes, it becomes like that. So,
Another guy
I
who
think
can't make
Giannis is
game
special.
adjustments and doesn't change anything.
yeah, that's just, Giannis would be what we need, and the great Leon Rose, who built this team up. I trust him to put the team around, Giannis and whoever's
yeah.
here, because this is what New York City needs to win. The last 40 years, I went through it in the Unfiltered Thought.
Okay.
You hadn't had a champion except one that won the championship without an All-NBA
superstar.
first teamer or
Oh,
MVP.
yeah.
So we're trying to now, and then
That's so
to
epic.
make
It's
matters
Giannis.
even more, to make matters even harder, now you fire your coach. So you add that. So now you're going to get a new coach, especially if it's Johnny Bryant, who's never coached before. So now you want a new coach on a team that doesn't have the All-NBAs, MVPs, and you telling me they're going to win a championship, right?
So
Not
you
to
telling
say
me
it can't happen. Go ahead.
The Detroit Pistons, was the one anomaly, right? In
They was the
04,
one
I think.
anomaly, but we don't have what they had. They had 4 All-Stars, Defensive Player of the Year, the best defense in the league. Usually the best defense in the league gets far in the playoffs. You see it
Right.
every year. We don't
Yeah.
have that. So
Right.
we can't even use them as an example to say, well, Detroit did it. No, we don't got what Detroit had.
Yeah, I
And they
hate when
got the
people
great
bring up
Larry Brown.
I hate when they bring up that Detroit example. It's like, I hate when people bring up anomalies. They're like, the exception doesn't
Yeah.
disprove the rule. Like, stop it.
No, don't disapprove. Because when you go back 40, and it probably go back further. I only did 40 years because I'm like, I don't need to go back though. Because once you get to the 80s, you see Magic Johnson, Kareem,
Right,
Larry
right.
Bird,
Yeah,
Dr.
modern
J.
era.
I mean, come on.
Modern era, yeah.
Then you get to the 90s, it's Jordan and Hakeem. Like, come on.
David
So,
Robinson,
like,
all those guys. Yeah.
I mean, so that's what's needed to win, and this would
Right.
be your opportunity to get it. Now, the only pushback, and I give this, I know the chat gonna go crazy. Brunson should have been the first teamer. He wasn't the first teamer. He should have been the first teamer. I agree with that. I believe in Brunson. I love Captain 11, but the rule. I'm not gonna say the rule. I'm just gonna say the way history has gone. We're trying to go against history, and look, it took me 30 years to figure it out.
Right.
Yo, we hadn't got no player like that, and that's why we're not winning. You talk
Yeah,
about the
you're right.
Lakers, they got Luka Doncic. This man got 4 first teamers, and he's only 25. He got like 4
And
or
he's been
5
to
first
finals.
teams in a row, and he's been to the finals. And he's 26, 25 years old, and they gonna get another star. So you think they complaining about, what we gonna build around Luka? No, you
Magic,
get the
first
star
Magic.
first.
Magic, then Kobe, now Luka. They always seem to get lucky.
LeBron, don't forget LeBron.
LeBron with Anthony Davis. Yeah, you're right.
So that's what we're missing. So when you talk about we firing Coach Tibbs and now we're gonna win, like I feel like I'm duped. Listen, I need the right ingredients. Now, let's say we don't get Giannis. We tried, fine. Brunson's gonna have to take his game to another level.
He is. Yeah, he is.
He's going to have to take his game to another level. And then whoever this coach is going to have to get the most out of this offense, because I thought the offense would be the best offense in basketball. I don't know now. because I don't know what this new coach he's going to hire. I don't know what he's going to unlock. We might be like a defensive team. I don't know what they're going to do. So it's the early days of the offseason, so that's why I'm not going to go too hard on Leon Rose.
Long offseason, too.
It's a whole, so we got to relax. Let's pump our brakes. Yeah. I ain't going to lie. It was kind of dicey in the Knicks Tape Madness Discord server, man. It was very dicey, but
You was crashing out?
Yeah, I was crashing out, man, because people like the anti-coach Tibbs Hive. Not that I don't think we got no anti-coach Tibbs Hive in the Discord, but I don't know. I could be off on that. But the anti-coach Tibbs Hive, y'all too hype right now. We ain't win nothing yet. And I'm about to call somebody back next who was a part of the he's the president of the anti-coach Tibbs Hive. So
I was never the only thing that I would say, look, man, if just don't play your minutes. That's it. Like it's just shown that fatigue is gonna set in. You can't play your players that many minutes, especially not the modern NBA when you have 10, 9, 10, 8, 9, no, most of the 9, 10, 11 guys that can run and at least give you something now. Like so all they're gonna do is like, oh, you're using less guys than us. I'm gonna throw everybody out there. We're gonna run you tired, and we're just gonna beat you, or you're gonna get some injuries. That happened to the Nuggets versus the Thunder. Man, the Nuggets really almost beat the Thunder. I just realized that.
And they wasn't playing their bench either.
Yeah, so that shows me though that the teams that not using the bench fell short. So all you got to do the X factor is you get a little bit of bench, you're gonna get there. Right. And I agree with you. Let's get Giannis. F it. You're right about that.
Bingo. Let's go, man. But yo, thank you for calling, man. I do appreciate you, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate you always having me because like I feel like I become a better and smarter basketball like guy when I talk to you. Like you have very depthful knowledge of the game. You know what I mean?
And you know what? That's what it's about. It's a learning process. You know what I'm saying? That's why we talk about the game. Iron sharpen iron. And trust me, in that Discord server, I got to come correct. Because if I don't, even in the chat, if I don't come correct, y'all going to be coming for my necks, man. That's why I stay in research mode, too. Because, I'm willing to pull up the numbers if I had to, man. But I appreciate you, brother.
You got to address some of these comments. Some of these comments kind of goofy. But, yeah, thanks, man. I'll talk to you later.
I will. I'm going to get to them. All right, salute.
All right, peace.
By the way, guys, keep the calls coming, 646-995-8389. My soundboard is tripping out. I don't know what's going on with it. I see some people in the building. I see Gangstar in the building. Tibbs gone. We up. Dogosaurus Rex, call up, man. Call up. I want to talk to the anti-coach Tibbs Hive, man. Y'all might get some fire from me. But listen, I'm not concerned about individuals. Uh-oh.
Good day, lovely.
Oh my God, what's going on? I know you was rejoicing. My man Trevor from Brooklyn to Queens. How are you feeling, man? Are you missing TNT? Before we get into it, let's just have a nice little conversation. Are you missing TNT?
Yes,
are you missing
I am.
TNT? Okay.
Yes,
I mean, we've been getting some TNT like weather. It's been hot as hell the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So what's going on, man? Listen, the elephant's in the room. I know you rejoice. You've been calling it for this every single week since we did this. Since the first call-up show. Was you on the first call-up show? I don't even remember. But
I was listening.
Okay. Every week, you called up. You was like, man, we need to get rid of this guy. What are we doing? I do got a response to something that you say, but I'm going to let you cook first. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Well, you see, let me tell you something about big. First, let's deal with the corporate side.
Go ahead.
You cannot do your own thing all the time. They'll give you some space. And remember, they need to show a different face every so often. So you got to cooperate sometimes. You can't be stubborn. Good or bad, you have to give them their way. Let them be wrong sometimes.
Okay.
So then you have some strength to build on your theory.
Right.
But when you're stubborn, it doesn't work. You're gonna fail, even though it's gonna cost them. You're gonna fail. So there we go. The next thing is
Okay.
the new basketball fans, when they see simple mistakes that's repeated year after year,
Okay.
they're gonna question it. And that's the
Right.
first thing they're gonna latch on to. So you're already losing again. Now we reached. Like I said, I don't think he could have got us over the hump, because like you say, some games we are strong, and then some games we are totally in disarray.
Yeah.
I mean, every team has that once in a while, but we had it in a lot of times. So
Right.
therefore, at some point, they're gonna have to change, like it or not. It's inevitable. And I've been saying he cannot make the changes in the times that is not conducive for when you'll know when upper management wants you to do something different. Now they're bringing in. What's the use of a number one draft pick if you're never gonna play him? It's no
Fair
value
point.
because you can't trade him. When you start trading him, he's just gonna be a latch on,
Right.
and therefore you get nothing for him. Meanwhile, that doesn't say he can't play. Is all it's saying is that nobody knows his product. So you're hurting me in more than one ways. Yeah, he might not be all what you want him to be, but let him go out there. The next thing you have to always know in any sport, a guy sometimes in practice, he's like, he's almost there. And when you put him in a live game, you want to know it's the same guy. Like I always tell you, you gotta watch body language. So when all the guys on the bench are grumbling, they ain't never getting a shot. What do you think is
Good
gonna
point.
happen next?
I think you on the money with that. I think you on the money with
Watch what happened in the last game. The guys came off the bench and they showed something.
that. Right.
See?
I even got a Precious Achua clip that I'm gonna drop.
Okay.
There he was talking about how he loved New York, but then Coach Tibbs kind of turned him off and how he's gonna leave. But I don't know. Now that Coach Tibbs is gone, maybe he'll come back. But
No,
I think what you were saying, was correct about the players, because some of the reports, I'm not sure if you read it, the news, but they said that some of the players, didn't really speak too highly of Coach Tibbs, and that's what led to his, departure. So
just imagine you're a rookie. You're a college guy, just graduated. All right. And then you're saying to yourself, I hope I don't get picked in New York because I ain't gonna never get to play. And you didn't even get on the team yet. See, it didn't say anything about your skill set. It says I'm not gonna get any time to show what I got.
right.
So now the veterans, they heard that before, but now they're seeing it's a reality. So guys say, I ain't going to New York. If I ain't number one, I ain't going to New York. I may never be number one. And then I'm not going to make any money on my next contract.
That's a whole nother good point.
Yeah.
So now that Tibbs is gone, do you subscribe? I'm gonna ask you this question first because I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you subscribe to the theory or to the point that Coach Tibbs is the problem? He's the reason why we didn't get to the finals.
A big part of it. Because like I said, you may give 95%, and then the other 5% comes from your body language, your body tone, and what you transpire to the other, you transfer to the other guys.
Right.
So it's a chain reaction. A lot of teams win a championship. That doesn't say they're the best team.
I don't know about that.
Sometimes it's a team that's in sync.
The only time I could really say that, to be real with you, would be Detroit in 2004.
Right. I remember.
All the other teams, to me, I think they were just better. Like Dallas over Cleveland. I can't really think about. But now I want to go back to the history. I want to keep it where we are. So now that the problem is gone.
Yeah.
So now next season, we should be in the finals, right?
Not necessarily. We are like to
Okay.
be. Remember, every time you get up to that level at the elite eight,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you have a combination of things that happens. You have your skill, you have your luck. You have to have luck, you have to have health,
Yeah.
right? And you have to have momentum. So
Right.
that's
Okay.
and that's how the whole thing is operated on. Look,
Everything-
last night game, the coach makes some crucial mistakes in the late part
Hey,
of the game.
man, if that was Tibbs, I'm pretty sure the OKC call-up show, they was like, fire Doug Note. I don't understand the change he made. Why you change your lineup to match up with Indiana? You're the best team in the world. You make them change to you. You don't change to them. So even though they
No.
started out strong, they look good in the beginning, right?
Right.
Down
So-
the stretch, they up 15 in the fourth quarter. He decides to take Chet Holmgren out the game because he want to
Because
go
he had a
small
little
to
bit of
match it.
tibitis. They call that tibitis. Tibbs did that
Okay.
all the time. He did that all the time. You know why? He looked in his
Why?
pocket, pulls out his little piece of paper, and he watches the minutes, and he said, well, I got to get this guy out. He's not watching momentum, right? So you call that tibitis.
Okay.
It's simple.
So, all right. So I'm curious to know who you want to be the next coach. Who you want to, is there a guy you have in mind that you think would do a great job here?
No, we're looking for a guy with experience. Kid is all right, but I don't trust him.
Okay.
I don't trust him from future times when he was with the Nets, even when he was with the Knicks, when he was a player with the Knicks. I don't trust Kid. You know, in your new name, I would like just for kicks, Sam Cassell.
I wouldn't be mad with Sam because he's a point guard. I think point guards make for the best coaches. He's been around the league, right? So he's not going to be frazzled. Like he's a professional. Yeah. That's actually a really good name. That's probably, to me, that might be the best name of guys that never coached.
Remember one time
Sam
we had
Cassell.
Jerry Stackhouse?
Yes. Yeah.
But at that time, a lot of teams were afraid to put a young guy there.
Yeah.
Stackhouse was excellent, so that's why I don't mind Sam Cassell.
Yeah, and he's definitely not a young guy. He's kind of like borderline OG level.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he I think that's not a bad. I would not be mad. I'm gonna keep it real. I would not be mad. And now Johnny Bryant, I'm telling you, is going to infuriate me because I felt like you could have did that last year.
Not only that, is he going to be passive to the coaching, the coaching staff that's previously there? Is Johnny Bryant's going to like bend a little bit for them?
Does he even get to bring his own staff in?
But that's what I'm saying. Is he going to be passive a little bit there?
Oh boy! And then those guys, some of them might go love Tibbs,
Yeah,
and now they sabotaging you,
right?
I don't know. That's why I think it has to be a veteran. I don't mind Kid if you could pry him away because to me, like he's probably one of the smartest NBA players in history, just based off watching the game.
after
Yeah.
6 months, everywhere, every step he has made, even when he was playing, he gets on everybody's nerve. People start shying away from kid.
Okay.
You gotta watch that from down the road, you know? He'll be fine when he first get here, but then after a little while, hey, I gotta watch that. I'm not
Okay.
saying he can't do the job, but you know. So that's why I like Sam Cassell.
I ain't gonna lie. I
And
was
we don't
kind of
cost
closed
us
off at
nothing.
first. Yeah, I was kind of concerned about that at first, but then I thought about who Sam Cassell is, who he's serving with. I think he would be perfect. How do you feel about the potential rumors and trades? Giannis, KD. I mean, I definitely not feeling KD at all. But
I'm not feeling KD. I'm not feeling KD because even at his stage of his career, they're still asking top dollar. No, they want too
yeah, they
many
bugged out.
picks. Too many picks. No.
Yeah. And they're a second apron team, so it's going to make that a deal even harder because now a team is going to have to try to do creative ways to match salary. The Suns
Yeah.
can't send multiple guys out, right? Because they can only send KD. So it's going to make trading for KD a lot difficult. Not that it's impossible, but it's just going to
No.
make it a lot harder.
Yeah. And for
You know?
Giannis, if Giannis asks to come to New York,
That's the key.
all we have to
That's
be
the
is
key.
patient. All we have to be is patient.
There you go.
Patient. That's it. You know why?
That's it.
A lot
I
of
agree.
teams don't have that kind of flexibility.
Right.
And a lot of team ain't got to go home to give up 7 picks, 6 picks. So we got to be patient.
Yeah.
What are we going to
I
give
think
up?
you hit it on the
OG?
nail. I think you hit it on the nail because if he wants to come to New York, then that's when we pull the trigger. But if he does not want to come to New York, I wouldn't even play around with that because you don't have no leverage. It's all about leverage.
Right.
Yeah.
And then who are you going to give up? You're going to give up Towns?
That's a whole nother thing because now the only good thing is you could get third teams because they're not an apron team. So there's a lot of flexibility on that could be done. Like that trade could really be like a 4-team trade, 4-team
Right.
deal. But
The
Phoenix, you
first-
can't do that.
The first person I'm going to give up, if I have to give up, either Bridges or OG and Robinson with filler. I'm not giving up Tongues
Why not?
because at some point in the game, you could have Giannis on the floor without Tongues. And then and when he's resting, you could bring Tongues in. In other words, you could juggle both of them. And remember, we're having a new coach that will not let Tongues stay outside all the time. They'll put him under the basket a little bit.
Well, hopefully we don't know who we get.
But I'm saying, a new coach, people have a new way of attacking on his offense. Remember, Tibbs don't know no offense. He doesn't have a clue.
Listen, man, I love the big bodega. I love Cap. I love all the guys. But honestly, man, I would consider moving Towns or one of your big guys for more depth. So that way you could expand out. So now you can trade Towns and get 2 or 3 players, and now you have more of a good bench to go forward.
But you remember Giannis had Singleton, who and Portis, guys who can shoot from outside. That's what Giannis had.
I mean, you could get that, but I'm just saying, like, I would consider, because I think gone are the big 3 day. I don't think the big 3 works no more. I think you're going to need 2 stars and the team around them. So I would use those guys. I listen, guys. For Giannis. I'll blow up everything. That's just me. That's just how I see it. New coach, new everything. Just build it right from scratch with a star player, and now you could put all the pieces around him. That's just how I see it, man.
Who would you keep? Who would you keep? You keep OG or or Bridges?
Listen, I've been debating in the Discord server all week, Trevor, and the motto for me has been anyone, but not everyone.
Right. So that's why I ask, OG or Bridges, which one you gonna keep?
Man, I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me because I'm getting Giannis, man. But yo, look, I'm gonna let you get your final word out, man. I appreciate you, T. You always leave. Oh, before I let you go, hold on. Before I let you go, the reason why I'm pushing the Giannis trade so hard is because you remember what you used to always say? What's the definition of insanity?
Right.
So what happens? You go back to the 70s. I told everyone, in order to win a championship, you need an MVP or first teamer. The Knicks hadn't had a first team since Ewing in 1990.
Right.
We hadn't had an MVP since 1970 in Willis Reed.
And Fraser and Monroe.
No, Frazier didn't win MVP.
No,
The only MVP
but
we
no,
ever had.
a lot of guys
First teamer,
didn't
first
win
teamer, first
MVP,
teamer.
but they were MVP. They
No, I
were
got you. No,
MVPs.
but here's the logic. I go back 44 years. No team has won a championship without an MVP or first teamer. I know guys in the chat like, why are you saying that? Doesn't Brunson this? I'm just telling you what history is teaching us, that in order to win, you need these guys. We hadn't had those guys. That's why we're not winning. So why do we keep banging our head doing the same thing over and over? Like you say, insanity is when you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. That's why you're not winning. You hadn't got these guys. But if Giannis wants to come, you got to get him. Go ahead.
In the 70s, we had guys who were technically MVPs, but you got to understand also, if when you're a New York fan,
you had an MVP. Willis Reed, you had an MVP.
Watch, when you're a New York fan, remember, you have to be exceptional to even be mentioned as an MVP. They try their best not to give New York any MVPs.
I know.
Because it's a mental battle. Even when I played college ball, just the mere fact you came from New York, you're not getting it. In other words, everybody else is legible, but you is illegible because you came from New York.
But you know what?
So I remember on the excuse me for a minute, on the Daily News, I remember the day that Earl Monroe came to New York. They had 5 guys with a ball in their hand. We had Fraser had a ball, Monroe had a ball, Reed had a ball, Butcher had a ball, Bradley had a ball. And they said this will never work. But if they had played for another team, guess what? It's the best team in the world.
Right.
So you got to understand there's a prejudice that's built in.
But
that's why we never had so many MVPs.
But that's only a Knicks thing, because every other New York team has MVPs. Every single team. Even the women's basketball team, they got 2 MVPs. They got 2.
Because it's changing. It's changing.
So give me Giannis, man. But Trevor, man, thank you, man.
I would love to have Giannis. I would love to have Giannis. But you got to understand, I love to have Giannis, but we can't gut the entire team. We got to keep something.
I believe in Leon Rose, man. This is the time to prove himself. But
so
I gotta get to. It's going to happen, man. But I appreciate you, Trevor, man. You already know what the deal is, man. I gotta hit some of these other callers up, man.
I got my wish.
Yes, I know. Salute.
I've been going like that for almost 6 years.
Yes.
I love it.
Oh man. So what are you gonna do? So hold on. What are you gonna do in the future call-up shows? Now you ain't got nothing to complain about.
No. It's not about complaining. I'm just trying to be fair. I'm not just. Okay. It's not about just complaining. But guess what? If I see something, I'm gonna shout it out.
Now that's what's up. That's what's up.
I'm not mad at
T.
anybody. I'm not mad at people who's against me. I just see it this way, and you see it another way. That's all. And if we could put
Hey,
it
yo,
together,
Trevor,
guess what?
they all
all right.
No, but Trevor, they all against me. All the people that wasn't on the anti-coach tip hive, they all joined the anti-coach tip hive. Yeah, we happy he gone. I'm the only one that's like, well, you ain't got a replacement coach. That's concerning to me. You know, you knew you wanted to fire this guy since last year. You don't have anybody that you want to put in the seat.
You see, but that's the next thing you got to be worried about. Once you reveal a guy, they're gonna poach him. Somebody's gonna poach him.
I'm not saying to reveal it. I'm not saying to reveal it. I'm just saying, like, now you're in a coaching search where a lot of teams already signed their replacement or they decided to keep the interim coach. So what are we waiting for? It's like you didn't have anyone in mind. That's all I'm saying. Like, you didn't have a list of
Sam
guys.
Casella's gonna come out of the woodworks just now. Watch it.
We'll see, man. I hope so. If it's Johnny Bryant, I'm telling you right now, man. I'm gonna be very mad. But okay. All right, T. I'm gonna get to these callers, man. Salute.
All right. Salute.
All right. All right. That was for Trevor from Brooklyn, Queens. Hold on. Let me see if I can still get hold on. There's a couple of people I gotta get to. Keep the calls coming, 646-995-8389. Phone lines is tripping out right now, too. Let's see if I get this person answers. Keep the calls coming. I see you guys in the chat. Yes, Luka is a multiple-time All-NBA first teamer. Yes, he is still. Knicks will be chance 25-26. See if I get him. Dogosaurus Rex, I just tried to get you back. Let me try my man. I gotta keep the calls coming. There's a couple people I gotta call back. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Hey, what's good, Objective? It's nice.
Salute, man. I appreciate you for calling up, man. How you feeling right now?
Man, I don't know. I'm like in 50-50 because
okay, let's go.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling good that we got or we released Coach Thibodeau. So with the impression of thinking that, well, we already have somebody down the line, and with all these names coming out of the woodwork, it's like now it seems like you guys really did not have somebody in line.
Yes. Finally, someone who sees it like me. I've been arguing with these dudes in the Discord all week and on the channel comments all week. Yes. Like, I finally someone that a level-headed Knicks fan like yourself sees the other side. Yes, that's my concern.
If the Knicks was smart about it, they should have kept everything in a down low. Like, don't talk about who we going after. Let's give the optics that we already have somebody, because now it's looking like chaos.
It's looking like a madhouse. Then you got people in the organization leaking information to the press that there was issues with the front office, and what happened to keeping everything under the wraps?
Like even that part, like I truly understand, because if that's the case, that between Leon Rose, Dolan, and Worldwide West, they sat down with the majority of the players, and if the majority of the players actually said like, "Hey, we don't even know our role," like I understand that you release Coach Thibodeau at that moment, but for you to release Coach Thibodeau and get the optics like you don't even have a coach behind the line, now it seems like, bro, you can't make a move like that without thinking about the consequence. It might be just one of those that, hey, if that's the case, it's not like we're not gonna do nothing about it. We are, but we need to get the best coach available. And once we do find it, and once we're about to acquire him or secure him, that's when we'll fire him. But we cannot fire him, and now we don't have not even a bird in one hand. we lost the bird, and it's like, what about the other hand? Oh, what bird?
Right. And that's my thing. And then I swear, if they come with Johnny Bryant, I'm gonna be so mad, because they could have did this move last year.
Yeah, you right, but at the same time, it might be that maybe like even last year they smelled like we was about to get rid of Coach Thibodeau, and we is going to give you a premium number or a premium contract so that once we release you, at least you have something. Like just by looking at everything, we could actually even tell that they taking care of even coaches, because if that was the case, we did give him a contract. And for them to release him, and now we own them 30 million, it's like they don't even care about the million. They care about winning. And if
No,
you compare
right.
when we had
Mhm.
Johnny Bryan before he left to Cleveland, our offense looked way better. It actually looked like a team. This year, like we had lots of good moments, but there was moments like, man, the offense in our team, and it's unexcusable. Like when you have a Carl Anthony Town and a Brunson at the same time, and since the beginning of the season, you don't even have something going on, or you still haven't figured out how to make them two click. Because if you look at Luca and Brunson, that wasn't working. Like
No,
that's another thing that that I'm scared of. Like everybody's talking about Kid, and I like Kid, but if he ain't made it work with Luca and Brunson, what makes you think that he's gonna make it work with Luca and I mean with Cat and Brunson? Like
mm.
if I like if there's a coach out there, I would consider Johnny Bryan, just because of the simple fact that he made it work with Randall and Cat and Brunson. But the only thing is that right at the end of the line, he got hurt, and
So
we couldn't
couple of
even see.
things,
Uh-huh.
couple of things you said that I want to chime in on.
Mhm.
Have you see? This is what I'm saying. Like, and we mostly on the same page. But there's a couple of things that I see it the other way.
Mhm.
This year's offense was the best offense the Knicks ever had. Efficiency rise, most points ever. So you said that it looked better the year before,
Oh
and
yeah.
a lot of times, our eyes could deceive us. Like this season, to me, was better than the year prior. The only difference is injuries. If you want to say, well, you had injuries and you had to persevere, so that team would have did better if guys didn't get hurt. Possibly, okay, fair statement. But at the same time, this team is a brand new team that Coach Tibbs got going into training camp. They make a trade the day before media day. So now you have a whole summer of strategy where you have Randall and the four Nova boys and
Yeah.
throw that in the trash. Now I got Carl D. Towns, who's way different from any other center in basketball. And now I got to come up with a new game plan on the fly. Half my bench is gone. Mitchell Robinson,
Hmm.
65 games. Landry Shamet, half the season. Precious Achua, damn near the first 2 months of the year. So
Yeah, but remember
Tibbs
one
wasn't
thing.
really. Go ahead.
Yeah, but remember one thing, objective. Like
Mm-hmm.
we ain't heard nobody last year saying that we just don't know what is our role. We ain't heard nobody saying that.
Well,
And for
that's
us
because
to
everybody was hurt. So, so you were
no,
starting. It was.
no, no. Even Randall posture actually ended up changing when even Johnny Bryan he even made it official, and he said, yeah, it wasn't because of Johnny Bryan going throughout the off season to my crib, running me with all these videotapes showing me where I could be better. Like he already had the right mindset. But what happened? Us against Miami, hey, they did a dirty move, and it cost them that season. That's why I felt like we should have kept Randall at that moment, because you can't blame him or you can't fault him when he just got injured just like that, and we saw
Right.
those numbers getting better. Like
Yeah.
it's two different things when Brunson got here and when last year when we had Randall, and it's like once he got hurt, those numbers fell off.
So,
But the
but
only
whose fault
uh
is that, though? Whose fault is that? Who moved on from Randall? Was
I,
that
I
Tibbs or was that
no, I believe it was Leon. Like
exactly?
yeah, but remember one thing, we need to learn how to adjust. Like it's one of those objectives. Just think about it this way: if we see what the Celtics is doing and it's working, 5 year basketball is not the same as 10-year basketball. And this year is going to be different. Next year is going to be different. So we need to adapt and we need to adjust real quick. We cannot keep on coming up with the same mentality. Now, the only same mentality that we could come up with that we could continue doing is like any other team, be a defensive type of team, but it doesn't mean nothing because during playoff time you need a shooter. And for you to have Mikal Bridges, you to have OG, you to have a Karl Anthony Town, and you're not utilizing them better. Now, who fault is it? Is it Leon or is it a coach shit?
Well, I tell you what, man. If we don't get Giannis or we don't make any other trade that's going to drastically improve this roster, I hope this new coach is a genius because I swear to God, if the Knicks fall off if there's any drop off. Mm-hmm. Right, because Coach Tibbs is the problem. By the way, salute to Fritz. I see you out the corner of my eye, Fritz. If you can, call up. If Coach Tibbs is the problem, and that's the reason why we didn't go further, finals, whatever, then next year we should go to the finals. He's not there, right?
Yeah, you're right. But the only thing, and don't get me wrong, like in many how do you call this thing? And many things we do share the same feelings, but at the same time, the only thing that I'm a little bit scared of, if we end up getting Giannis, and you already heard pretty much a lot of Knicks fans saying that, well, we didn't have a bench. Well, really, we didn't even play them. And now, if we end up getting the Giannis, what is going to cost us? Because OG was pretty good. Like we cannot lie. And Mikal, we could give him another shot because I feel like we just didn't utilize him well. Same thing goes for Cat. So we are now in the same predicament that if we end up trading for Giannis, we didn't give this team actual time to develop with one another and with the right coach.
Right, but see, that's my point. So like you just hit it on the nail. Like Coach Tibbs hasn't had a consistent team since he's been here. Leon Rose has been changing it on him every year.
Yeah, but
and he's been getting better. Despite the changes, he's been getting better.
But you know what's the only thing that bites Coach Thibodeau right in his behind? He never had a healthy team. And
that's another thing.
If last year, listen to this objective. If last year we took the Pacers Game 7 with a bench, bench, and this year, Coach Thibodeau, you're not willing to take Pacers not even to a Game 7. With a healthy bench and a healthy starters, that's on you, man.
But hold on, but you missing it though. Like if we beat the Pacers last year, and let's say we had health or we didn't have health, we just beat them. I don't think the trade for Towns happens. I think that there's a good chance you come back with the same team that he had, which might have been the better thing for everybody because now at least you had at least another year with the same group of guys to build.
But even Fritz, he actually put it out there in the chat. Remember that it's not it wasn't a problem of us actually keeping Randall. We could have keep him, but the thing is that by Randall not providing a contract or giving us no type of security, like he's gonna stay with us, that's what actually made Leon Rose make the other move. Like he wanted to keep Randall because think about it this way, objective. You remember that whenever Randall, he was on the frenzy, like he was throwing the fit, slapping the laptop, going to player's face like he's about to beat them up. Every single time there was moment that he needed to go to the press conference, and who gave him the green light to not even go to the conference? It was Dolan. So he was a likable player. Everybody supported him, but I'm pretty sure that Leon Rose it didn't rub them the right way. Like, hey, we are giving you green light for this team. We are treating you well. We are bringing the players. We got you a Brunson right next to you, and you're not willing to sign that contract? All right, bet.
Wait, whoa. Let's slow it down. What contract was offered to Julius Randle?
The last contract, like he wasn't able to sign it. Because remember, on the off
he was never offered the contract. I do the podcast. I do the podcast every Monday. We talked about it. What happened to the contract offer? He was never offered a contract. Randall was never. There was no reports on that. If you guys could show it, put it in the chat.
I heard that they did offer it, but he wasn't in it because he already took a pay cut at the beginning, and you can't knock him for that if that's
The
the case.
Knicks wasn't trying to pay him. That's why they didn't offer a contract.
Mm,
That's why they traded. And also, not just because they didn't want to pay him, but we also needed a center. So the trade just kind of made sense too. Like you didn't have a center to start the season. You see Mitchell Robinson missed 65 games. And rumor had it they've been trying to get Towns ever since Leon Rose came to the Knicks. It was like every year we were trying to get Towns. So but they never offered Randall a contract. That's not entirely accurate. I did shows on it, and I remember saying I did a show talking about well, hey, there's a good chance if he doesn't, if there's no offers given by this deadline, Randall, he has to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because it's either they don't want to give him the money or, like you said, he don't want to sign. But I'm just trying to say that there wasn't a contract offered because I would have remembered that. I was waiting for it, and I did shows on it. So
no, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Like even me thinking about it, but at the same time, there was not even a contract, let's say, signed or nothing. And that's what makes me believe that even though, who knows, maybe Randall he was willing to say, hey, I'll take this, but at the same time, if there's no contract, let's say
right,
in the mix, it's so obvious that we already know that they're about to release him. But the only thing is
exactly,
that I will feel much better, keep the team for what it is, like for what we have right now, because if we don't focus too much on the pairing between Karl Anthony Towns and Brunson, and focus more on what happens when Brunson plays with everybody else and Cat plays with everybody else except for one another. They all have a better number, and Cat has way better numbers when he's not on the floor with Brunson. Like those 20 points in the fourth quarter made me just even realize, like, just me seeing Wright and Shannon every single time. Oh, somebody's defending me. Pass it to Cat. Cat takes a three. No problem. Butter, butter, butter. And
but
it's like,
but when you look at Leon Rose's track record, will he get the opportunity to work with Brunson? Because Leon Rose changes it every year. There's a new team every year. We could go back. Every year there's a new team. So how do you expect Coach Tibbs to do anything when now he has to, especially when you do it right before training camp?
yeah, but I know that there was a caller that you had prior that I feel like the same way. Like Coach Thibodeau, that was the biggest FU middle finger that he threw to Leon Rose this year. Like I even
Oh
go further,
yeah,
because
yeah.
even Shaman, he was shooting well. And what happened? He decided not to even play him when we needed threes.
Which was
He
crazy,
decided
but
he decided not even playing right when we needed a decent defensive player, because we already 20 points ahead of Pacers. We already 15 points ahead, but we cannot have them trade basket or having us or them having us stop on making points and them actually making points. So you need a defensive player, and he was willing not to play right when you're a defensive coach. It doesn't sit right with me.
right. Okay. So did we talk about Jason Kidd? How you feel about Jason Kidd?
If he didn't make that thing work with Brunson and and Luca, it
Right,
just
you
feels
said
to
that.
me,
Okay.
yeah, it just feels to me like he's not gonna make it work with Cat
Right.
and Brunson. Like that's why I want to see somebody that actually, like, I know that he's not the head coach, but I feel like Johnny Bryan is due for his time. Like he's due for
Okay.
coaching a time. And look what happened. Remember, once he left to Cavaliers, I know playoff is a different animal, but hey, the pressure was on Cavaliers because they've been doing it throughout the whole season. There's even more pressure that, all right, let's see if you can maintain it. And that's what I felt like. Like the hype was more to them than actuality.
Yeah, they're the regular season champions, man. But I'll let you get the final word, my brother.
Yeah. Let's get, and hopefully something is telling me like Johnny Bryan is going to be in the mix, because if you saw that Suns, there was in conversation with Johnny Bryan, and what happened that day, Coach Thibodeau, he got fired, And all of a sudden, that same day, I don't know what happened with Suns, but they actually put it out there. Oh yeah, we already hired our new coach. Like, what happened
uh,
there? Like, I thought that Johnny
oh
Brown was
man.
on in his way over there. So it makes me feel like they like we are if we don't end up having Johnny Bryan as the head coach, he is gonna come back and be an assistant coach with just more money. Like they
You
really
think he
appreciate
gonna
what.
leave? You think he'll leave Cleveland?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Mhm.
Just think about it. Objective. He was about to go to the Suns, and that same day, Coach Thibodeau gets fired. That same day, a couple hours later,
Yeah, that was crazy.
Suns for some reason they said, "Fuck Johnny Bryan. We already got our coach."
Hey man. But yo, thank you, man. Salute, man. You in Denver, right?
Yep.
Salute to Denver, man. Knick fans everywhere. I appreciate you, my brother.
Hi, my brother. Stay safe.
All right, salute. On Dios, I see you. I love Johnny Bryan, but respectfully, if he was a good coach, why hasn't he been a coach yet for any of these teams that he's been interviewed? Good point. Hello, caller. State your name. Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up? This is Fritz.
Oh man. Hey, so everybody, Fritz texted me as soon as the news came out. You sent me a text, yo. You going live to talk about this, Coach Tibbs? Oh man. So what's going on, man? I know you happy. I know you're looking
not
forward to the
happy.
changes.
I'm never happy about somebody getting fired. But
Well, these guys are millionaires. Come on, they'll be all right. They be all right.
yeah, you got 30 million.
Yeah, he's chilling.
I,
Yeah.
man, I'm just happy that they're serious. They're serious.
Okay.
This isn't. They want to win a championship bad. Like,
Please, I won the championship too, Fritz. I need it.
And one of the quotes last year, they said, Dolan wants a championship at any expense. Like, he wants one. You know how a lot
That's
of people
all we
talk,
need.
oh, everybody talking about, dynasty. No, he wants one.
No,
You know what I mean? And
that's all we
whatever it
need.
takes to get, whatever it takes to get one, he'll do it.
I'm with it. Let's go.
Yeah. So
And it's the beginning of the all season too. So like, I don't want to sound like I'm being so negative against Leon because I do believe in him and I love the moves that most of the moves he did. So, you know, it's a lot that can happen.
yeah. I mean, there's like the rumors that we do hear. I know for some fans it could be scary. I think they want to win a championship that bad. Like, they'll do something that is going to be fans might not like.
Yeah. Some fans didn't like the firing of Tibbs.
Yeah,
Some fans didn't like it.
I mean, it's inevitable. For me, it was just it just had to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I think the Knicks they added some ingredients last year, and they got back. The product didn't reflect what they bought.
Yeah,
Right.
especially if you're going to trade 5 picks for Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the picks like that, but if Giannis is out there, it would be nice to have some of those picks to dangle in front of Milwaukee, you know? Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna get people upset when I say this. Is from what they're rumoring and what I looked down on paper, it may be McCall and OG.
man, listen, Fritz, I got an unfiltered thought series I do for members only. Man, trust me, my trade package would make them even madder than that. It'll make them even madder than that. Trust me. It'll make them so much madder that I refuse to say it on the show. I tell them, go watch the unfiltered thought. I'm not going to say it on the show because I don't want to get you guys too mad.
I put something in the group chat and people got upset. and then I had to explain it to them, and they're like, that makes sense. But they
Right.
wouldn't want to see it.
But yeah, but we know what it is, Chris? It's like they want the championship, but they don't want to make the sacrifices. They don't want to see it because they scared that, oh my God, or they become so attached to players, right? That they don't realize that this is the requirement. This is what's going to take. You're going to have to sacrifice this to get that.
Yeah.
Because that's what you want.
It's not a bargain. Like, if you're getting elite anything, it's never a bargain.
No.
You mean you could get a Corolla for $25,000, and then you went out there and you want a Maybach, and you say, yo, I can buy 20 of them. I can buy 20 Corollas. And you're like, nah, you're not paying for a Corolla. That's why it costs so much.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so when you want a Giannis, you could probably get a 20-point score for real cheap, but once you want a Giannis, you gotta put something crazy out there.
You gotta give him something, and then also like the key to what we're saying too is, and I'm hoping that he has interest in coming here. If Giannis says he wants to come here, that's going to really accelerate what we want and make it a lot easier, because I see Milwaukee doing right by him. He won them a championship. I don't see them trying to make it difficult if he says New York is where I want to go.
Yeah. One thing about Giannis, he's the only person that could make Brunson a second fiddle. Like,
yes.
You can add KD to these Knicks, it'll still be Brunson's team.
Yeah, no, Brunson is hands down.
But you add Giannis, Giannis is big dog. Like, that's the only person.
And I hate to say this because I love Captain. I got the Captain 11 mugs. I love him, right? I think Brunson is the best thing that happened to New York since Melo. And some people probably say even since Ewing, but I'm going to say this. Brunson, if we get Giannis, I don't even think Brunson will contest it. I think Brunson would embrace it because Brunson is just that type of guy anyway. Like he's a team guy. So I don't see him. Yeah, he's invested. So
like he sacrificed the money.
He sacrificed the money, so you get Giannis. Come on, man. That pick and roll. Oh my God. If they could just run pick and roll, I just would love to see it. But so to bring it back to coaching, who do you want them to replace Coach Thibodeau? Who fills the void for you?
I'm not a huge names person, as long as that person is willing to do every and anything to make it work. And I think with Tibbs, he wasn't ready to do every and anything.
Right.
And so that could be a young person, that could be Jason Kidd. But if it's December and things don't look right, you have to make it right, and you have to do whatever it takes to make it right, even if it's not in your wheelhouse.
I like what you just said. And you know what? Maybe that's how I should have responded in the Discord server, because that's exactly what I was trying to say, but I said it way different. Like for me, the coaching move is secondary. I think the number one move is getting the star player, is getting the players that's going to help you win. Right? Coaches, yes, it's very important. We've seen what Tibbs wasn't able to do, what he was able to do. So yes, we know that you need a coach, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter like that, because everyone could coach to a certain degree, but not everyone has Luka, not everyone has LeBron, not everyone has that element that's going to bring it. Because even, all right, so who was LeBron's coach in Cleveland? What's the guy's name? Is it the bald head guy?
Brown.
Yeah.
Mike Brown.
Is he a great coach? I wouldn't say he's the greatest coach, but he coached LeBron. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see what I'm saying? So like, you could make a guy who may not be the best X's and O's genius, look good because he's coaching, Giannis. He's
Yeah.
coaching LeBron. So
Yeah,
I
he's
agree with what you said, but just
Yeah,
differently. I just said it a lot differently that it kind of upset people the way it came out. And I think, man, go ahead.
yeah, because there's different types of coaches. I liken to people like in baseball. I grew up, with the Yankees was winning everything,
Salute to the Yankees.
and the Yankees coach was what's his name? My mind just went blank.
Joe Torre.
Joe Torre.
Yep.
Joe Torre is known as a great coach, but Joe Torre's X and O's wasn't that great. But his job was to get 100% out of every player, and that was his
Right.
genius, was getting the 100%. It wasn't the
Yep.
X's and O's, and he had
Exactly.
people next to him who knew the X's and O's, and all he did was instill confidence in his players. So if you get a Jason Kidd who Giannis trusted, Brunson trusted, and you make sure that he gets someone with X's and O's next to him, maybe that's enough. You don't need, you know what I mean?
Yo, you preaching the gospel right now, because even to take it back to Joe Torre, it also helped that he had Derek Jeter, Bernie Williams. So like, yes, the coach matters, and you need his guidance and his leadership. But if you got Derek Jeter and that crazy lineup that he had, it just makes it even more fulfilling. So like that's the key to Jason Kidd. Somebody talked about that. They were saying that Jason Kidd is the move to bring Giannis to New York. So, we'll see. I'm giving Leon Rose time. He deserves it. He's great. But I was just bothered by, them. It's like all these great coaches, they were at, well, I'm not going to say great coaches. I'm going to say a lot of the candidates, the guy from UConn, Rick Pitino, or everybody's saying no. It's like,
I don't know if you heard my take on Dan Hurley. So like in January, I was like, man, I was already like, yo, bring Dan Hurley to the Knicks. And the one thing that got me off that take was seeing him in the NCAA tournament, and he lost, and he blew a gasket. Like he literally he had a meltdown. Like cursed everybody out. Like wouldn't want to leave the floor. It looked like he wanted to fight the refs, and I was like, yo,
oh wow,
like. But this is kind of a thing. But that's college. College, you can act like that. Once you get to NBA,
bingo,
you can't do that. So I mean,
can't do that.
Coach,
nope.
But I mean, he got to tone it down. Like that's the first thing. But he's a good coach. But like he got to tone it down.
I like the Sam Cassell. If I'm gonna get somebody who never coached, I think I would go get Sam Cassell because I feel like he could handle the New York pressure. That's another factor too. Add Dan Hurley with how he acts in college to the New York pressure with the New York media and the New York fans and that whole scene. Oh man, it could really get, heavy. And if you're not built like that, it could break you. It could break you. And so that's another concern. But like I said, I believe in Leon Rose. I love mostly everything he did. A few things that I felt like he could have did differently, but I mean, he's only human. Everyone makes mistakes. So I'm happy.
Yeah, the one I did, somebody like floated the idea of Papa Brunson, and I was like,
I don't like it.
I don't like the off rip. I don't like it. I just can't totally dismiss that idea. I can't.
We can't dismiss it, but and Brunson gonna average 35.
Yeah. The reason I can't dismiss it is the way they're doing the coaching search. they made sure that they knew they let everybody know like we are interviewing everybody.
Yeah.
And that is usually like if you're gonna make a controversial pick, make it seem like you interviewed everybody. That's like working that's like working at a job and somebody gives their son the job
Right.
and everybody's like,
I get you. I like the
but
way
you know
you
what I
think.
mean?
Yeah.
That
Yeah. No,
you
I
know,
get
I interviewed
it.
everybody. This is the best candidate.
Right. So you can't find us for tampering again. I got you.
Yeah, so I can't dismiss it. And one thing about we don't really know what type of coach he is, but we know how tough he is on Brunson. So
The only
maybe
reason why I said I didn't like it was because there was some reports saying that they didn't like that some people didn't like Rick Brunson. I don't know how true that is, but I feel like, damn, if they don't like him, I mean, you could always trade those guys too, but still, it's
yeah,
like,
I wouldn't like it either because you know what? Because that's supposed to be like a safety valve for the coach. So
right.
so if I got an issue with Brunson not passing me the ball, I gotta go to his dad.
And you see, yo, Fritz, I got another Unfiltered Thought show I'm gonna do right after this. I'm gonna record it, and it's going really, I don't know, it might make some people mad. It's gonna be about Jalen, but I'm letting you know I got an Unfiltered Thought coming about Jalen Brunson, because what you just said just reminded me of an element I'm gonna add to the video, because what I wouldn't want is now you got somewhat of a civil war, because who knows? We don't know which player it is too. Is it Towns that didn't like what? They don't say the players that didn't,
Yeah.
that's not fond of him, but those
Yeah.
guys might also be key guys that you just can't trade, right? So these guys might,
I didn't take it. I didn't take it as they didn't like him. They don't like him in that position. I wouldn't want him in that position either because I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable if I have a thought about Jalen Brunson. I don't want to be traded 6 months later and then I gotta wonder why I got it.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Nah, I got you. I got you, man. But I'll let you get your final word. Anything you expecting? Anything new? NBA economy? You know? Nick of time. What's up?
Actually, I just went live tonight.
Nice.
The Nick of Time have a Sunday special, and
okay.
I definitely got to have you on my show. So definitely, do that.
Let's line it up. Yeah, let's line it up, man. Let's line it up. You already know. We got the number. We'll lock in. I'm down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Great show. Everybody hit that like button. Subscribe. Hit the get the membership. Hit the Discord.
Yes. I appreciate that, Frisk, man. Appreciate your calls, man. You always give great takes, man. I appreciate it, man.
All right, no problem. All
right. Salute, family. All right, that was my man Fritz. Speaking of that, since that's actually a great segue. So before I start taking the rest of the calls, and like I said, I'm gonna call you guys back to the guys that just called. I do want to share with you guys the membership. So you guys been hearing me talk about the Mixtape Madness Discord server all night. So what happens is when you're watching the video like you're watching right now, and you click the join button, you'll see, bam, we have 2 perks, 2 packages. We got the Starter Knicks fan and the Hardcore Knicks fan. I'm just going to tell you guys about the Starter Knicks fan because it's a great way to start out, okay? Now, every person that joins the channel gets access to the Mixtape Madness Discord server. It's a place where I black out. Now, I don't just always black out, but, we have some conversations that's really intriguing. It's a great way to extend the conversation with me. And we talk about the Knicks 24/7, especially during game days. But even now with all the rumors, I mean, as soon as something hits, everybody's dropping links. We going crazy. We also talk all sports. We talk NBA. We talk baseball. We talk, everything that's trending, everything that's happening. That's what we do inside the Discord server. Our Discord server is not a free for all. I keep it locked into members because that way we don't got trolls. It's a really good place with some good guys, and where you don't got to worry about that stuff. It's a place you could come through and just talk, talk out your Knicks grievances or talk out how you feel. Great place to be. Knicks Tape Madness Discord server, right? That's not the only thing you get when you pay for the $4.99 membership. You also get cool badges, right? Different colors, to let you guys know how long you've been with the channel. We also do members only live chats, right? And we also do members only shows too. Now with the members only live chats, sometimes when I do like a level-headed Knicks talk, or if I do a 10 keys show like how I always used to do, when I do those shows, I like to be laser focused. So I put the members only mode on. Members get to chat and, always chime in and tell me how they feel. I also got the Unfiltered Thought series that I kept hinting towards, which I will be recording another series tonight, where you actually get to see me kind of talk about things that are not necessarily, suited for YouTube. And, I give you my most realist thoughts. Usually around 3 a.m. is when I record it. I also got a lot of other members only content. By the way, I've been outside, y'all. I've been working on my game. I was out there with the young boys yesterday. I feel all beat up and sore now, but I'm getting back into shape. So I will be filming me playing basketball. I already got footage up there of some of my basketball clips from back in the day. My members only section is active, right? Members also get shouted out, of course. I salute to everybody. Salute to everybody in the chat, and salute to the members. And also members get discounts on merch. Now, some of the merch I have is this shirt right here. I also got the Captain 11 brand right here. You see the mug right here. So you get a discount on the merch when you become a member. All right. Now, I do got a couple of people to call back. Keep the calls coming, 646-995-8389. I got a person that's been patiently waiting. Let me get them on the line right now. Also, get the likes up, y'all. Knicks 100. I see you in the building, Knicks 100. I see you in the building, Knicks 100. Hey, caller, state your name. Where you calling from?
Oh, yo, my name's Wiz. I'm from New York. How you doing?
Salute, man. Wiz from New York. Talk to me, man. How you feeling about Coach Tibbs? He's up out of here.
Man, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I ain't happy with the move, man. I'm not happy with it.
Ooh, okay. We got another one. Thank you, man. Listen, man, they try to make me feel like I was the only one in the Discord server, right? Because I'm like, yo, what is this move about? I wasn't feeling it. Tell me, what about this move that bothers you?
All right, so basically, number one, Tibbs is an A coach to me, A minus. He ain't perfect, but I mean, with the defense that he's brought to the team, and honestly, another thing that I've been, thinking about the last couple days is with Brunson, right?
Okay.
Every time Brunson's gone to the bench, the offense is actually moving. So you tell me Tibbs can't coach offense? You know what I mean? I think Brunson was a minor problem, with him and his pops. I think that was the issue with the squad. I know a lot of people don't want to talk about that, but you know what I mean? Because I don't know if you remember, was it game 2 in the Pacers series or game 3 when Brunson
I think it was
benched?
game 1. Oh no, you talking about when he got benched? Okay, yeah.
When he got benched, you should have saw his face. He was tight. You know what I mean? And did Brunson get benched after that? Nope, didn't get benched. You know what I mean?
So you think that there's an issue with Rick Brunson and how he's being seen?
I think so. Behind the scenes, I think so.
So
when you think, go ahead.
So to take it back to what you were saying about Tibbs, right? Here's another thing that I keep mentioning. He was given a different team every year.
Exactly.
So it's like, come on.
Cat only came 4 days before the season started?
That's what I'm saying.
You know
and he's a different player. Like, he's somebody who he likes to operate from the perimeter. So now you got to implement an entire new offense. It's not like he's just a back to the, basket big. So I felt like I would have loved to see him get one more year.
Exactly.
To see what changes could be made.
And listen, I've been watching Cat ever since he was in high school. Cat he's very talented, don't get me wrong, but he's a very frustrating player too. Because he'll have a game or two where he looks like he's the best player in the league when it comes to the big position. But then their games disappears. Don't know what it is, but he tends to disappear a lot. It's been like that ever since college. You know what I mean?
Wow. Okay. You know, he definitely has moments that are frustrating, and then like especially when he settles for the long three.
Exactly. That. Oh man, that makes me so frustrating. Because I'm telling you, man, he could be on Joker's level when it comes to offense, but when he settles for the threes, you know what I mean? That takes him out of that category, you know?
Yeah. Nah, for sure. I love Towns. You know, I think that there's some things hopefully the next coach can work on. But I'm with you. I thought Coach Tibbs did a great job. I thought that he did enough to come back. But they were saying that there's some internal issues with the front office. They wasn't filling them. So a lot of times it's the politics of basketball.
Yes. Yeah. And think about it. Ever since I would say year 3 of Tibbs, how many times did you hear Tibbs is coaching for his job? Tibbs is coaching for his job. How comfortable are you going to be coaching for the squad? Like, you know what I mean? He's been coaching for I felt his job for the last couple of years. And the fans just turned on him for what? You know what I mean? Oh, he didn't use the bench. I want people to tell me who on the bench was really worth playing the minutes like that. Tell me.
You know, I know that a lot of his key guys was out. Mitchell Robinson missed 65 games.
Exactly.
Precious Achiuwa the first 2 months.
Of course.
Landry Shaman half the season. DeLon Wright came towards
Remember,
the end.
Injured. Yeah, he got injured at training camp. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, you know, he didn't have his guys. And I don't know if that antagonized or made it worse for, you know, the front office. Maybe that, you know, they brought these guys in and guys ain't getting minutes, you know, because I did meet someone who told me about Precious Achiuwa and how upset he was. Right. So I don't know, but man, so now that Tibbs is gone, which coach do you have your eyes set on that you feel like they should go get?
I don't know what coach I want yet, but here are some coaches that I do not want. You ready? I do not want Mike Malone. You know what I mean? If you're going to fire Tibbs, don't bring in the same guy. You know what I mean? Don't want Mike Malone. And I don't want the Bryant Cat either. If not here, we're going to have to hire the Bryant Cat. Oh, my God, bro.
Man, you sound just like me, man. That's all I was saying in the They should have bought him last year, in my opinion.
All right. So if you want the Bryant Cat, don't extend Tibbs. Fire him then.
Exactly.
Last year.
Right. Because these complaints, there's no way these complaints could be that new.
Exactly. And like I said, I felt like they wanted to fire him last year, but we did pretty well last year. You know what I mean? We Game 7 against the Pacers. You know what I mean? Couple injuries here and there. That's an excuse to bring a coach back. You know, we were close, but you know, Brunson got injured. OG got hurt. We could have won. That's enough to convince the front office and the owner to bring you back.
Yeah, and then it would have been an easier transition for Johnny because now you're gonna put Johnny in a circumstance where this team won 51 games, back-to-back 50 wins, first time in like damn near 30 years. Yeah. You know, Eastern Conference Finals, first time in 25 years. So now you as a rookie coach, even if you've been here as an assistant, this is way different. This is New York City. These fans in the chat are ruthless, okay?
Yes.
The media is ruthless. The content creators are ruthless. So, you know, you putting Johnny Bryant in a hostile environment. And I felt like it would have been a lot better last year because the excuse could have been it's a new team and we need to work.
Exactly.
Now we're a well-oiled machine.
Right.
The great Leon Rose said, hey, our singular focus is a championship. So I don't expect nothing less.
Yo, I'm sorry, man, but the PR team should have looked at that and been like, you know what, we may not release that because I'm telling you
let's
right
take
now,
that line out.
Whatever coach comes in next year, if they don't make it to the finals, bro, they're getting killed by the fans.
They're getting cooked.
Easy. What coach is gonna want that?
I mean, see, and you know, and it's bad enough that it's also New York, so it's like that pressure. Do you really need that for a couple of more dollars? I don't know. So now you might be stuck with a Johnny Bryant who's, I just want to coach, right? So and I'm gonna get paid nicely. So, you know, it's a shame that Johnny's more than likely right now, I think he's probably the favorite to get the job. That he's going to be in that situation, and sometimes guys don't even recover from their first bad job.
Exactly. I
So
agree with you. Like, look at Derek Fisher, right? I
right.
wouldn't say Derek Fisher was a great coach, but after the Knicks stint that he had, I don't think he was even sniffed with the NBA anymore. You know what I mean? It's just
No,
gone.
right. I was just thinking, yo, man, you on the money, man. I was just thinking about Derek Fisher too. I was gonna say that. Yeah, Derek Fisher's not here no more. And then even look at Dave Fizdale. Dave Fizdale was just a great assistant. Remember, he was the great assistant.
Yeah.
And he came in and botched job. So
Yeah, I remember him. What a terrible. See what I mean? We're naming all these coaches right now, and we had a great coach, stability. And I'm saying just give him one more year. If he doesn't make it, I don't mind firing him then. But nope. I think, man, I think the Knicks panicked a little bit, and they're showing it too by the coaching search. Because now I'm hearing all these names. I'm like, wait, you guys don't have a coach yet? You just fired Tibbs just to get rid of him? You know what I mean? That's
great. Caller, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Did you drop? But I can hear you. By the way, Knicks 100, man. I see you, Knicks 100. We actually agree. Knicks 100, we on the same page. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. But I'm saying, like, I think that the front office panicked a little bit. I'm gonna give Leon Rose some time because he's had more misses. I mean, he has had more hits than misses, so he deserves some time. But I don't know, man. I feel like we're reverting back to what the Knicks used to be. Is this revolving carousel around coaches? You know what I mean?
And that's the scary part to me, right? That you swinging for the fences, but you're not really, in my opinion, and this is going to be my next question. When they fired Coach Tibbs, and I don't feel like the coaching, yes, it's important. Don't get it twisted. Coaching is important. But I did I got this video series called the Unfiltered Thoughts series, why the Knicks should trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. One of the things I said was that you don't get a champion in the last 44 years. Okay? 40, and it goes back beyond that, but I just stopped at 44 years where you don't have an MVP or a first teamer. So you're firing Coach Tibbs, but you're not getting us the elements. And yes, I know they're going to say, well, Brunson should have been on the first team. I get you.
Debatable.
It's debatable. But at the same time, I'm just telling you how history works. And now you're trying to make it even more historically tough by firing a coach. So now you got to add that you might have a new coach that never coached before.
Yeah, exactly.
You're bringing him to a team that doesn't have that ingredient that I just shared. And now you're telling me you want to win a championship. And I'm supposed to sit here and be happy with that as the objective fan. And I'm like, I'm concerned.
You see how much chaos could potentially come in the next couple of years? You know what I mean?
Hey, man, it's crazy. So how do you feel about the potential Giannis or KD trade? Are you for it? Are you against it? What's your thoughts on that?
Now, KD, if they keep Cat and they get KD, I'm for it. You know what I mean? Listen, I'll drive Bridges to the airport for them. Not for real. No, I'm being serious. I'll drive him to the airport myself.
Oh, God.
But I don't think they should be given, like, if they say Cat for KD, nah, I'm not with it. You know what I mean? I'm not.
I agree.
As much as I, have frustrating opinions about Cat, he's very talented, and I think that's a vast overpay for the stage KD's in his career. But for Giannis,
bingo.
Everybody except Brunson. You know what I mean?
Hey, man. Yo, man, you sound just like me, man. Salute. Look, there's my motto. I ain't gonna lie. To the channel members, they wasn't feeling my video. I'm gonna say this. My motto is anyone, not everyone. And y'all can let that sink in. I'm not gonna say what my package is, but I'm just gonna tell y'all. It's anyone, not everyone. But I hear you. Yeah, if you getting Giannis Towns, if he has to go, I love you, Big Bodega Cat.
Yeah, of course.
The merch, listen, I spent money on this merch, man. But you got to go, my brother. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
No,
only for Giannis. Only for Giannis.
Only for Giannis. That's only for Giannis.
That's only for Giannis.
Giannis is a first All NBA player. That's the reason why. We don't have that right now. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I thought we had one until I don't know if you remember. I think it might have been January when OKC came to the Garden. Oh man, Shea was cooking, bro. So I'm like, all right, we don't got the first All NBA player. We got a second team, but I don't know about first. I don't know if you remember that game when OKC came to the Garden.
Did I remember that game? Was we even doing a live play-by-play? We did a call-up show. We did something. I think we did a call-up show after the game.
Yeah, it was either January or February. Man, it was cooking,
it was so
man.
It
was embarrassing.
The show was so depressing.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Yeah, it was sad.
So now we're talking about the roster, right? You know what I mean? And honestly, here's another thing. I think this is why they fired Tibbs, man, because they made some mistakes on the roster, in my opinion. So they kind of put Tibbs as the scapegoat here. You know what I mean?
Oh, man, hold on, man. What's your name? Are you from Brooklyn, bro? You're thinking too much like me. You're thinking too much like me, bro. Because I'm like, in my mind, right? I'm like, yo, I love Leon Rose, right? I'm not trying to knock him. I love Coach Tibbs, right? I love everybody. I think everybody's doing a phenomenal. I love Brunson, right?
Yeah.
Even though I say he's not a first teamer, I still love him. I still wouldn't trade him for mostly anybody. 100%. You know, the overwhelming majority of people in the league, 99.7%, 6%, I won't trade him for.
Right.
But at the same time, you know, we got to look at Leon Rose, right, and his moves and say, well, okay, you had a setback with Kemba Walker, right?
Oh yeah, the Kemba Walker is definitely a setback, 100%.
100,000%. Now you're in a situation where you had a coach take you to, the Eastern Conference Finals first time in 25 years. That same coach, you continuously change the team up every single year.
Every year, yeah.
It's not like he had the consistent same team like how Indiana does. Indiana had the same team.
Right. Exactly. You know what I mean?
He didn't get a chance to do that, right? He didn't get a chance to work with the same group of guys. So is he hey, I'm not going to fire myself, so
yeah.
Tibbs, you got to go first. So now here's the interesting question, right? Here's the interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
Who becomes the scapegoat now?
Okay, so I think, and we'll give the Knicks probably 2 seasons, right? If they don't win 2 seasons, I think Leon's gonna, I think he's gonna have some pressure under him. You know what I mean? You know how Dolan is,
Listen, man, dog growls. This is where we disagree, and the dog growls are not for you. They got to go to the finals at least this year. Listen.
Oh,
Coach Tibbs was
this year. Oh, wow.
Listen, no, because these guys in the chat, all of you got, not all of you, a lot of you anti-Coach Tibbs high people said that Tibbs was the problem.
Right.
That's why we didn't go to the final. So, okay, we removed the problem, so we should go to the finals.
Right.
Why not?
Okay, right. Okay. I understand.
Next year is going to be, Indiana's going to be here, right? Indiana's going to be there. More than likely, they're going to bring Turner back, even though there's some discrepancy with the contract money. But, hey, they win the championship. I doubt they win the championship. By the way, AP, I saw you. I don't think Indiana's going to win the championship. If they do, they just defied the historical odds. Still doesn't change my premise because, okay, that's 2 teams in the last 45 years that won a championship without an All-NBA first team. So you're still, it doesn't make, like, what I'm saying, less true. It just shows how difficult it is to do. And if it took 20 years for it to happen again, so that means based off the odds and the history, it more than likely will take another 20 years. So that doesn't bode well for you. So
you're right.
My thing is this, right? They got a really good team. And I thought that Tibbs this year would be able to activate a whole nother level. Clearly, I was wrong. Tibbs is out of here. He's fired.
Right.
So now whoever they bring in is going to have to be able to really take the offense to another level. The defense is solid. I don't know how good it could be depending on what other defensive player they could get. Mm-hmm. But the offense to me is the key for this team, and that could be their identity. But we need to see what coach is going to come and what systems are going to be implemented. But that Boston is done.
Yeah, Boston, right. I agree.
At least for next year. I mean, I think they're done completely, but that's a whole nother story. I don't want to talk about that right now. Cleveland has the opportunity to make a move, but they're limited because they're a second apron team, so I don't know exactly what they could do.
Yeah.
Of course, Indiana's going to be there. Now, these young boy teams, Detroit, Orlando, who else? Atlanta, I'll throw them in there. You don't know what moves these other teams could make. More in particular, Detroit and Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit could go get Julius Randle. That's a problem.
Oh,
I'm telling you right now.
That would definitely be a problem, 100%.
If they get Julius Randle, not to say that we can't beat them, I'm just saying it's a problem, okay?
Right.
And then Orlando also has a lot of young talent to go.
Yeah, they do.
They could get whoever. So we don't know what those young teams are going to, but realistically, if those teams don't, hit a home run and get a really good player, more than likely your roster, you should be better than all those guys. And Indiana's your competition realistically, again, unless Cleveland, because like I said, Cleveland, they could do something because they got talent. They could move pieces, but Ty Jerome's a free agent. He more than likely walks. Sam Merrill's a free agent. They might bring him back if he's willing to sign for the low, but I could see teams coming to try to take those players because that's usually what happens.
Right.
So Cleveland's going to have to address their perimeter defense for me to really think that the Knicks can't beat them in the playoff series. If the Knicks is hitting at all cylinders, playing the way they need to.
And don't forget too, we may be the Atkinson's a great coach in my opinion. I've been watching him since the Nets. You know what I mean?
Fantastic.
So, you know what I mean? So like that could be a problem too in the series.
That could be a problem too. You know I mean? But it's not an excuse for me.
No, it's not.
Why you don't make it to the finals.
No. Okay.
So
I see what you mean.
I'm expecting finals because we got rid of the problem, man. But I'll let you get your final word, man. It's a pleasure talking to you, man. Hopefully you call up again.
You as well, man. I just found you. Today was the first day I found you. I was like, I got to call in. You know what I mean?
Man, salute, man. I appreciate it. I'm here. Look, I'm here every Friday.
Every Friday.
10:45 is the time right now, but it might change. But honestly, the chat is kind of, it seems like everybody liked the late show, so I might just keep it at the same time. I'm here every Friday at 10:45 p.m. throughout the whole year. It's not stopping because it's the off season. So, but I'll let you get your final words, brother.
Of course. Now, my final thoughts. All right, you ready? Do you watch hockey at all?
I don't, but I know the game.
All right, so my dad, a huge hockey fan, right?
Okay.
Rangers fan. So what's the correlation between the Rangers and the Knicks, right? Same owner, right? I don't know if you realize the last few years, the Rangers were always good, right? They're on the cusp of winning. They're always on the cusp. But the only issue that they had, they were firing coaches left and right every year, every 2 years. I'm hoping the Knicks do not become the Rangers. Because now, I don't know if you've seen them, they didn't even make the playoffs yet. Everything collapsed.
And somebody got on me, right? Somebody got on me because I said the Liberty are the best team in New York. This was last year. They said, "Oh no, the Yankees and the Rangers, whatever." And look at these teams now.
No, of course. I mean, I'm a Mets fan, so I'm gonna have to throw the Mets in the bag too. But
man, throw them all in there. Them girls, them girls have the blueprint. Let me tell you why. They got 2 MVPs.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just
hoping the MVPs you win.
I'm just hoping Dolan don't put his hand in the cookie jar like he did. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of people don't think Dolan had a hand in this. I think he had a hand in this. Don't get it twisted.
Oh, don't say that.
You know what I mean? Come on. You know what I mean? I don't think this was strictly a Leon Rose decision because, like I said, man, it seems like It seems like, I don't know if you saw the reports, the front office was kind of upset that Tibbs was getting all the credit for turning around the team. Well, y'all hired like I said, he's not an A coach, but he's an A- coach to me. He's an A-. Yeah,
he's a good coach.
You know what I mean?
I think he has the most wins or the best record of a coach not to win a championship, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? It's like I said, man, it's sad to see he don't get another year to coach these boys, but it is what it is. What my eyes are on the team, man. I'm a big Knicks fan, and like I said, I hope they don't turn like the Rangers, hiring coaches every couple years, man. That's gonna be embarrassing.
Oh Lord, please don't say that. Please don't say that. All right, family. Salute, my brother.
All right, you
I'm
take
gonna lock
care.
in your number. All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was my man Wise out in New York City. I do got another call. It's kind of late. I don't want to just call back. I'm going to send them a text. Keep the calls coming. 646-995-8389. I definitely look for, oh yeah, let me get Yuri back in here for a second. Hey, Yuri. What's going on, my brother?
Mind if I can join back in? I'm good now.
Yeah, you good. I might have one more caller, but I'm gonna text him first because it's late. But what's on your mind? I know you must have seen something in the chat. Something. There's something. Talk to me.
No, nothing in the chat. Everyone's been good. I want to say hi to Own Deals and everybody. You know what I mean? But I will respond to what Nice say though. You know when Tibbs is gonna get asked about the Knicks, he's gonna flame Leon Rose. I want y'all to know that, right?
Who?
When Nice said, I can't wait to hear what Tibbs has to say about working for the Knicks.
That won't happen.
That ain't gonna happen. Even if
because he got another 3 years under contract. So as long as he don't get hired, he can't say nothing because it's a what's that, like contract, a no gag, right? Confidentiality, something like that. PR Knicks PR is they're really serious about their their image and what you say about them.
Oh yeah,
so he can't say anything.
Good. A news report just dropped 2 hours ago. I just found it on Instagram. It's from Jake Fisher. I don't know if y'all know who Jake Fisher is. He's a Milwaukee Bucks reporter.
Yeah, he's a reporter. What's up with him?
Just found on my Instagram. I put it in the objective cord.
Okay. I like that, the objective cord. That's fire.
The Jake Fisher, he is an NBA reporter. The momentum for Giannis requesting a trade from the Bucks had significantly stalled. The common belief among league insiders that he will remain with the only franchise he's ever played for.
Okay.
Interesting. So we went from Giannis requesting a trade to Giannis saying, I'm going to stay in Milwaukee, which may change. We don't know what we're going to see next day, but I figured I'd drop that report just to inform y'all.
I think you know what I think helped spark that was Dame Lillard's progress.
Why?
He's making good progress in his rehab. He's like ahead of the schedule, and so I don't know. I mean,
really? What?
Yeah.
We found that out today.
Yeah, there was news they've been keeping up with him, and his rehab is going really well. Not that he's going to come back this year. More than likely he won't. But yeah, sorry to the 917 number. He didn't respond via text. I just don't feel like calling mad late to somebody I never spoke to before. Yeah, no, it's
gotten to the point. But I think I dropped that report and giving y'all a heads up on it.
It is what it is. I mean, I don't think Milwaukee's going to be a threat next year.
Nah, they're not.
But I'm going to say this. It's finals or bust. You see how I backed off a championship? I really want to say championship or bust. But, I'm gonna say finals.
I will agree with you. Hold up, I am gonna agree with you. It should be finals or bust this year. You got to the ECF. You said, okay, Tibbs holding us back. All right, that was the problem. Now I just want to see y'all get to the finals. If you get to the finals, then worry about a championship.
Right now, but look at your competition, Yuri. You got the Pacers again. They're gonna be there. More than likely, they'll bring Turner back. Cavaliers, if they don't make no moves, I don't think they're gonna do nothing because their perimeter defense is just mad weak and it's not gonna get no better.
And they might lose Johnny Bryant as well. I want to see what
they might lose Johnny Bryant, and they're gonna lose Ty Jerome and Sam Merrill. They out of there. They free agents.
You think they're out of there?
They free agents. Is Ty Jerome a restricted? It doesn't even matter because they're a second apron team.
It shouldn't matter.
But they're a second apron team. That's the problem. Hold on,
do your research real quick. I am curious about that.
We going into research mode, man. You already know how we get down on this channel, man. We don't just freestyle over here and mumble and bumble. We gonna go to the source.
The whole Giannis talk though. It was very interesting. I really had to think about it Because, like, you're not wrong, man. I hate to admit it, but you're not wrong. History
I
don't
studied
deny
it,
it.
man. Hey,
So,
man, I studied it.
not that I don't believe. I wouldn't listen. It's history, for God's sakes. I grew up in history class. I would be a fool to ignore it, but I hope. What I hope is, I hope the Knicks don't blow up the roster. That's what I don't want. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't want them to blow up the roster. But yeah, no. Let's look at this research. What we got right now?
Oh, so hold on. They made a minute. They so hold on. Something happened with Ty Jerome. He's here.
They
Ty
re-signed him.
Jerome. I'm trying to see, when did he come out? He's been in the league 6 years. No, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. Hold on. What the hell am I doing? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. First of all, I'm looking at the wrong year. That's your first mistake. Make sure you're in the right year. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, he's going to be unrestricted, Ty Jerome, because he's 20. What? He's 28 years old, and I'm pretty sure this wasn't his first contract.
No,
Yeah, he's an unrestricted free. So he's an unrestricted free agent. Ty Jerome is out of there. He's gonna get money. Someone is going to pay Ty Jerome.
You know who I guarantee you is out of there? Max Strus. Especially after.
Nah, he's under contract though. He's under contract. He got another. Oh, well, remember they're second April team, so they could only match salary, right? So that means that they got to get one player who makes this 15,936, or they could get two players, or even three players. It doesn't matter the amount of players, but they can't send out extra. So they couldn't do Max Strus and Dean Wade. It would just have to be Max Strus, and they get three players back. That's how that would work. But Sam Merrill, I think, is also going to be out of there. I don't think he's a restricted free agent, too. Let me pull it up. Yeah, he's 29 years old. Yeah, he's an unrestricted free agent. So Sam Merrill, Ty Jerome, out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Sam Merrill is willing to come back for the low, I doubt it.
Yeah, for sure.
So you're looking at a team with Mobley, Mitchell, Garland, Hunter, Allen, Strus, Okoro, Dean Wade. Is that an 8-man rotation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
yeah,
7.
8, 7 at least.
So I mean, Craig Porter Jr. is not bad. I mean, is he? He was alright. He was actually putting in work.
Damn, they really are. Wow, they are a second April team. Holy.
They're a second April team. Yeah, there is only 3. It's them, the Suns, and the Celtics. Good luck, buddies. So Cleveland, right? I'm not giving you Cleveland. I don't care if Cleveland has a better record. I'm talking about in the playoffs. Yeah, I don't give a damn. You better not lose to Cleveland, right? So Indiana's the only team that you have to technically worry about, unless the young boys, Detroit, if they do something crazy smart. Orlando, if they do something crazy smart.
Right. At least we got
Milwaukee's there, but
officially that the trade talks with Giannis have stalled out, which I had a funny feeling that was going to be the case. You know what I mean? I had a funny feeling. Because there's no way Giannis would request a trade all of a sudden. But it was a wild ride, to say the least. You know what I mean? And here's the thing, too. Colin, I don't think teams want to gut their teams to get Giannis as well. I think that was the another reason why.
Man, if I'm whoever, if I could get Giannis, bro, like, but the key thing is he has to want to go to your franchise.
That's the
problem. So that's the next hurdle. If he doesn't want to go nowhere, then he's not getting traded.
I think he stays with Milwaukee for the rest of these 2 years. I don't know. Anything can change. How's Minnesota? Yeah, Julius Randle, that contract.
No, I saw somebody talking about Nicholas Alexander Walker. You're not gonna be able to afford him. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to afford him. Somebody's gonna give him a bag.
I got a question for you, Coin, and this is for the Knicks question. Do you go into the second apron, or do you try to stay below it?
Well, honestly, I don't know what Leon Rose is doing. That was the master plan that I kept hinting toward, that I thought that he wanted to keep us a first apron team, but now he might have to go into the second apron, because I'm gonna keep it real, y'all. I don't see us keeping the same team and doing better. I think that you're going to have to get something else on this roster. I don't think it's all Coach Tibbs. I don't believe it. I think that, You know, you need a legitimate 6-man, right? Someone that could come in and get buckets. Deuce was doing it, and maybe it was the injuries that threw him off. But I don't know. He looks like sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not there. Then if you decide to put Josh Hart off the bench, right, and say, well, Hartvey wants you to be the 6-man, now you need a starter. If you don't believe Precious Achiuwa is that guy, I don't like the double big lineup. I think it's doofy. But if you get a coach,
aspects, it does work in some aspects, but it's got to be situational though. That's the problem.
Karl Anthony Towns is a 5. He needs a power forward. Like Jokic has a power forward. If you give him a power forward, he would be a lot better. I don't want him at the 4. He's easier to guard, right? Mitchell Robinson's in the paint, clogging the paint. It's harder to score. You just make it like it's not. Mitchell Robinson doesn't make the game easier for Towns on the offensive end.
If right, because I think we're going to get a coach either next week or this week or this coming weekend. I think we're going to get a coach next week, right? If Johnny Bryant becomes the head coach, the team's going to go 5 out. I'm letting you know that right now. This team is going 5 out.
Oh, man. If we get Johnny Bryant, I'm going to wish him the best. It's going to be brutal, bro. I mean, it's going to be hard.
What the offense is going to be like, okay?
Oh, you saying with the offense? I don't know what the hell the offense is going to be, but it's not going to be 5 out with Mitchell Robinson. I guarantee that. Mitchell Robinson.
It's going to be 5 out with Towns. You're going to see the same starting lineup last year, right? But you might see Deuce in a lineup.
Yeah, but now you don't got rebounding. I think Precious is the best guy to start. Because at least he could rebound and he could defend. He could guard big guys. He could shoot the 3 a little bit. You could still play 5 out. Towns will have all the space in the world to do his dribble move off the dribble. I just think that is way better like that, you know. But if they want to go with Mitch, I don't know. I just don't see the value in the double big lineup unless, like, you're really going to work on your offensive schemes because who knows? We got a new coach. We'll see what happens.
Well, listen, I have faith. You know what I mean? I have faith. I don't see. I think we're in a good.
You think they'll mess around to get KD though? Because they was really pushing to get KD.
I think that was a BS rumor. I don't think so. I can't see it.
Salute to Wacko in Brooklyn. I see you, brother.
I think KD. You know where I think KD goes to? I
Where
think
he goes?
KD goes to Toronto. Good possibility.
They got RJ Barrett. They got Quickly. You think they move off them too?
Nice is saying. Look what Nice said. Shams made it official. They did. Shams made it what official? Oh, nah, Toronto. Maybe.
Spurs definitely could get KD.
Spurs can definitely do it.
But if I'm the team, if I'm the Rockets, I get KD.
Rockets would also be good.
You could give up Eason and all them young boys and maybe who got a salary? Hold on, let's pull them up. I'm not sure who got a salary on.
I don't care if Shams made it official. Period. End of story. I don't believe that Leon Rose pulled that trigger. Maybe if you like the thing. Listen, Knicks for clicks. I don't care, man. Don't care.
I mean, the KD trade would be cool if there wasn't no restrictions on the deal. Like if you could just give up OG and because you can't even do OG and Mitch. It'll be too much money. So it would have to be OG. Hold on. Let's play with that. Why not?
But here's the thing, Colin. We've seen how this team looked this first year, right? I don't think you should. I don't think they're going to make any trades. You got to run it back. What I mean by run it back is keep the core the same, right? Add a few bench pieces here and there to increase your depth, or play with the depth you got now.
So hold on, Yuri. I hear you, but with the 15% trade bonus, you see that on the screen, guys. You add that to this salary here, so that's like 4.5 million. So you're looking at like $44 million OG Anunoby salary going to the Suns. Kevin Durant makes what, 53?
Right.
Hold on. Kevin Durant makes 54. Okay. So now you got to add an additional $10 million in salary.
Holy
That's
crap!
going
The
to be
Phoenix Suns is in literal hell right now.
that's going to be a hard task to do, because when you go to your roster, right, you don't got nobody making a clean 10 unless you can convince Precious Achua to sign and then trade him. If you could convince, but that's if the Suns want Precious Achua at the 10 million. So you don't really got the roster to make that move happen unless you sign PJ Tucker. Now look, you can sign PJ Tucker, trade all your young guys, Pacome Dadier. I don't know how you do the deal with KD. I'm not the GM. I'm just telling you, it's a very difficult trade to make.
Money, LOL. Yeah, I can see it.
Now another thing you could do is still going to make the trade mad hard, pause, because you got to have the Suns got to get the equal salary. So you can't even say, okay, cool, we're going to do OG and Hart, just for example. I'm not saying we're going to do that. Let's say I want to do OG and Hart, but I'm going to trade Hart to the third team. The Suns still have to get, even us, we still got to match salary too. So you still got to match salary that's coming back to both teams, and you can't send out more than you take back. It becomes very complicated, guys. So the KD trade is very difficult to do.
That's why when
I don't know. I don't know.
That's why I saw some people that the Knicks may pursue. I don't think the Knicks are interested again. I don't.
But one thing I will say, Yuri, Leon Rose is very crafty. He's very crafty.
I'm looking forward to what Leon does this offseason. Don't think I'm not.
He's very crafty. And ladies and gentlemen, I hate to break it to you, but Mikal Bridges, it would not be going in the KD trade because he only makes $24 million. There's not enough money to match the salary. So it'll be OG because OG's salary is actually $44 million. And then you have to add an additional 10 to that.
And what Knicks 25-26 champs said, would the Knicks be interested in investing $100 million into Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby? That's also going to be something to keep forward into the offseason. Got to keep that in mind.
Would they be willing to invest it in them?
Yeah.
So, he's talking about for 2027?
For this year.
This year they already paid.
Oh, for next year. Next year.
Nah, they paid for like the next. Yeah, they locked up. Both of them is locked up.
Look at next year though. Look at that first apron. Holy crap.
No, this is 27.
Oh, still though.
Yeah, that's not 26. You got excited. Nope. But also remember, you got Bridges, you got Mitchell Robinson. So yeah, this little space you see here will be filled up. Now, you probably could still avoid the second apron, but remember, you still got to build a team. You only got 7 players on the roster. So it don't work. It don't work like that.
Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Not bad.
No, you're not stupid. It's complicated stuff. It's not simple. I had to do a lot of reading to understand this crap.
How long it took you to figure this out, man?
I had to read like 2 articles on how the aprons work. That was my first thing because I was like, what the hell is that? And then I still messed it up and butchered it. And then until I finally, okay, this is how it really works. That's why I don't need the ESPN trade tracker device. I am the ESPN trade tracker.
But, I do want to give a shout out to Damian Lillard real quick. Props to him for making a full recovery, for trying to make a full recovery, and his process is going good. You hate to see someone like a caliber of Damian Lillard, go down like that in the playoffs, torn Achilles,
Facts.
what I mean? So,
Facts.
props to him for making a full recovery, and Props for Giannis if that report is true for staying in Milwaukee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there is no
Oh,
loyalty in the NBA anymore. You know what I mean?
there's never
So
been loyalty in the NBA. That's a myth. There's never been loyalty. There's no loyalty in basketball. The only loyalty that exists is hopefully from the fans. But even they change. But look, Jalen Green, he's gonna be on the move. I'm looking at Houston because this is what we was talking about before. Houston could make some noise.
that's what I'm saying.
They got the salary.
I think
They could do something with this 33 million right here.
Yeah, no, nice. I wouldn't be surprised if that is what's on Damian Lillard's mind. Damian's like, I need to get better ASAP before Giannis leaves me with this bum as a bum ass team. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Damian is thinking. I wouldn't be surprised because Damian and Giannis can work. I just don't know how.
Yeah, but the problem once again is the defense. Like all right, the Pacers showed you. You can't guard on that perimeter, boy. They gonna light you up. They got multiple ball handlers.
You want to know what my prediction is?
What's that?
I think they're gonna upgrade the bench, right? They're gonna upgrade the bench, but I'm gonna tell you who's out of here though. It's not Mitch. It's not Cat. It's not Jalen Brunson. It's not the core. You know who I think is out of here?
Who's that? Josh Hart is the core.
Josh Hart is our master. Josh Hart is our Marcus Smart.
I tell you right. Yo, listen, Yuri, if Josh Hart is out of here, that's going to make this unfiltered thought that I'm getting ready to do even more potent. If Josh Hart is out of here, yo, Yuri, when you see this unfiltered thought that I'm about to do,
it's going to piss me off.
It might piss you off. I don't mean to piss you guys off. It's just, it's just.
I'm gonna tell you why, right?
This is real talk.
All respect to Josh Hart. I love him to death. One of my favorite all-time NBA basketball players. I mean, favorite. This man got rebounds that I thought I could never get down. When I watched that 2023 Cavaliers season, every time the Cavaliers thought they had a rebound, Josh Hart snagged their souls. You would think he was Dennis Rodman.
Yeah. And I wish he was Dennis Rodman height-wise.
Yeah. But the fact that he was doing that in 2023, Corn, you can't lie, you were amazed just to see that.
But when you say trade Josh Hart for who, though? Like, well, I mean, you could get value for him. I'm not going to
You can get some picks back. That's for sure. That's number one.
Forget picks. We need players. So, you know who I wouldn't mind? And salute, I think Knicks 100, I think you might have said this earlier. Herb Jones.
Herb Jones.
From the Pelicans.
My feelings is getting hurt if Hart gets straight SMH. Now what am I going to do with this jersey when he ain't playing for the team? Sell it. Straight up.
Hey, man, listen, I'm the one that spent money on the merch right here. I spent money on this. And I'm telling you that for the right price and the right player, I would take this off the wall. I'm not going to do that. But you know how I get down. I have to say.
Right? Marcus Smart.
What's up?
Celtics. Josh Hart for the New York Knicks. They're literally similar.
I know. I didn't mean to trade him for that. I just said I would like that kid. That kid he's a defender. He shoot 37% from three. He's 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah, salute to J-Tap, a 3-hour broadcast.
Yeah, J-Tap. Only the call-up show I go a little later. Final call for calls. I was hoping this brother text me back.
But listen,
he never text back.
I'm gonna end it with this. Leon's crafty, man. Don't underestimate him. We've seen him do some wildish, man.
That's why, you know what, I owe the Discord server an apology. My bad. Because I kind of flipped my lid a little bit.
Listen, I think we all did when we found out Tibbs was fired.
Oh, hold on. Before we go, we got a special caller. Hold on, Yuri. Stay right there.
He wants to come by.
Hey, caller, state your name. Where you calling from?
J Tap from Brooklyn via East New
Uh-oh.
York.
Hey
I'm out
man,
here.
hopefully you come in. Hopefully you come in peace, man. My bad. I was on fire this whole week, man.
It's
I was on
nothing to
fire
me.
this.
Hey, my guy,
I
to
know.
me, it's nothing. It's just Knicks talk. That's all it is. It's Knicks.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
fans, we up,
yeah,
we down, we're in the middle.
we
It
were
is what
right.
it is.
to be honest.
But J Tap, I kind of
Is it?
like forgot like it's early. It's only the first couple of days. I should have, I was a little, you know. But that's what happens when you join the Discord, man. You get to see
Yeah, it's
me
all
go
good.
crazy sometimes, you know.
It's all good. It's all good.
No,
You know.
come on, let me tell you something.
What's up?
You think you were going crazy? I was going crazy because I want to know who my next head coach is. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
I did not
the search
expect him to
continues.
get fired. But after reading the behind the scenes, the reports,
Yeah.
him not getting along with the front office, him not getting along with the players, and I talked about it too, right?
Hey, my bad. Yuri, we say him. Who you talking about? I've been gone all day. I'm sorry.
I'm
You say
talking
him?
about Tibbs getting fired.
Didn't get along.
Yeah.
Tips get along with the front office. Okay.
Yeah. Or when I mean getting along from office, you know what I think? This is conspiracy theories head on. Worldwide West and Tom Thibodeau was at war with each other during the 2021-2022 season. Remember that. Different philosophy. Worldwide West originally wanted IQ to start that season. He stuck with Alec Burks.
Hey, you know what, Yuri? You're 100% right. Because I remember that, and and the fans were going back and forth about it, and he went with Alec Burks because of the experience or whatever. And
Right.
I think Tibbs is wrong back then,
And he was wrong now.
and he's wrong now. Even though I'm not Tibbs hater, I want Tibbs to stay. Honestly, I was willing to give it one more shot, one more year, but it is what it is. He's gone, and who's next? Been there, done that. Who's next? Once Pat Riley left, I'm numb.
Yeah, no, exactly.
No, that's a fact.
I'm numb.
I'm with you too. But J Tap, see, like I'm tripping out in the Discord not because I want Coach Tibbs to stay. I ain't gonna lie. I was just feeling like I was duped.
Yeah,
I felt like I was duped.
Sorry, into what? Into what?
Let me tell you why I say that. Because if the thought process is we gonna fire Coach Tibbs because he's the problem, and we're gonna run it back with the same roster. So if that's the case, then we should make it to the finals, right? Oh, but wait, we gotta give it 2 years. No, there's no giving it no 2 years. You said that this guy was the problem. So Leon Rose, you gonna give me somebody gonna get me there. That's how I was feeling.
Okay.
And now that we know that Giannis is likely to stay in Milwaukee.
Right. And then now Giannis is now on the move because that's the move I want. I care less about the coach.
Yeah,
Give me Giannis, but now that's not happening.
Yeah. Funny how, I remember this is the off season, my guy. This was the off season. Do you know how many times I've been duped by reports already this week about the New York Knicks?
No, I felt duped by the Knicks. Forget the damn reports.
For real,
I felt like Leon Rose is playing.
Tell him, Objective. Tell him.
Listen, man, they playing with my emotions because I want to win a championship, man. I already told you about the history of the first teamers. So now you want to make it even more difficult. You're going to fire the coach. You're going to get rid of the coach. And now tell me, we're going to win a championship.
Here's the thing, though, too. You guys forgot. Dolan was on a podcast not that long ago. He said himself, they're trying to follow the schematics of the Boston Celtics.
But why?
Continuity.
We're nothing like the Celtics, man.
But
nothing.
Oh, you misunderstand. They're trying to develop the chemistry.
No, you can't say that, Yuri, when you change the team up every damn year.
No,
yeah, for real. And plus, Boston, they drafted their players. Oh, we got a bunch of free agents. So yeah, it's way different. It's way different.
It's Yuri. It's way different. They made really 2 trades for 2 players. Everybody else been there, man.
Yes, sir.
All those guys was there. It's the foundation, bro.
I know that's what kills. Now I don't even know what Leon's gonna do. What is he gonna do? Take my wife and make her to a fucking
A power forward?
Yeah, exactly.
I really feel like they gonna do the KD trade, man. Now that Giannis might not be there, I think he gonna do the KD trade.
No, I can't see it.
You know, objective. I'm good with that. I'm good with Katie coming off the bench.
What? You jumping off the bench?
I'm kidding. I had one too many tequila shots.
Okay, salute.
I'm just joking. Dead ass. I'm just joking.
I can't see them doing the KD trade either.
I hope they do. I hope they do.
There was another report.
That's a good one, yo.
You know what? But think about it. A starting lineup: Brunson, Mikal, OG. I'm sorry.
There was a report on that actually.
Yeah, I'm
have zero interest in acquiring Cole Anthony Towns in a potential.
But let him get it out though.
I haven't heard anything. My bad. Okay.
So I wanted to hear your lineup though. I wanted to hear your lineup.
Okay, say the lineup. My bad.
Okay. Brunson, Bridges, KD, Cat, and OG. But I mean, what happened?
All right.
Wait, you said interest? KD though. You changed it
up. No. I didn't change it up. Nah. KD, Brunson. Yeah, my bad. What happened?
Now I'm gonna say the report. The Phoenix Suns. This was at 5:25 at 6:52 p.m. This was 2 days ago. The Phoenix Suns have zero interest in acquiring Carl Anthony Towns and a potential Kevin Durant trade.
Well, yeah, we keep Cat. Yeah, that's fine.
So Cat's off the table.
But you could do a 3-team deal. You send Cat to another team, and then you send them what the other team has. It's just the salaries got to match. That's the main issue. Salaries have to match, and then you get
speculation that they might go back to this. We don't know if they're gonna go back.
Yeah, right now it's the early days, so anything is listen, man.
You know,
because remember, and draft ain't come yet.
I can't front. These last few years with Larry Rose in the front office, I've been loving it. Mid-season trades, all-season trades.
That's why we got to be optimistic. We got to be optimistic.
I love it. I can't even front. I love it.
Nah, yeah, we got to be optimistic, man. That's why I had to catch myself. Like I'm bugging out on even though I'm gonna get y'all mad. I ain't J-Tap. I'm getting ready to do an unfiltered thought on Brunson right after this live.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep drinking. I'm gonna keep drinking. I guess I'll keep drinking.
I'm not even gonna say the title yet. I'm not even gonna say the title, man.
I already know what it is. I know what it is. J-Tap. You might find another bottle of tequila. That's just... keep drinking.
Man, J-Tap. I mean, like I said, I'm positive, but.
Yeah.
His moves are a little, I just, I don't know, man.
They're crafty, man. They're crafty. Leon has slot. Well, when we think I'm going to tell you something right now. Leon thinks we're going to get Jason Kidd. We're going to get a
Jason Kidd.
How you feel about Jason Kidd?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Why not?
I do not like it. He has no. He won a chip, right, as a player, but as a coach, I just don't see it. I see him as another coach, but like different as Tibbs, he'll get you almost there, but you need another coach to get you there. He get you. He gets you there almost, but he won't get you over the top. I mean, what has Jason Kidd done as a coach? Ever?
Western Conference Finals, number one.
Tibbs. Okay.
No, he went to the finals though too. We can't sleep on that. But you say you don't think he'll get you over the top.
I don't think so.
The only pushback I'll give though is that the team that he took to the finals, we never seen two ball dominant guards ever get far. Cause that's why I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna work, man. He got two dudes that need the ball and they don't play defense. That's not gonna work. But he did get them to the finals. He did. So and they beat OKC.
True. And here's the thing, but we only have one ball dominant. Oh no, wait. Would you call that ball dominant?
Yes. I would, personally.
same situation, different scenario.
Man, I like when Brunson dribble, man.
You like
He's
it?
efficient. He's efficient. You know, the team wins more than they lose. I don't see the problem. Now,
Okay,
if you want to tell me that, hey, he's not that guy, okay, because SGA does the same thing. Nobody says anything about it. Just saying.
Okay, I have a question. So objective, who are your top three? I haven't been here all night. Just asking, who are your top three coaching candidates for the Knicks? The order don't matter. Top three.
I ain't gonna lie, J-Tap. I don't even give a damn about the coaching. I want Giannis. I'm gonna keep it real. I can tell you who I don't want. I can tell you who I don't want, like the brother that called up earlier. I can tell you who I don't want.
Okay.
Johnny Bryant.
Hold on. Stop.
Don't want Johnny Bryant. Nope.
Give me a quick synopsis on why. Just give me like 10 seconds on why you don't want him.
Because you guys, the first time he does a mistake, all of you guys are going to tear him apart. He's going to have 20 news articles saying, wow, we should have kept Tibbs. Tibbs is going to be the benchmark. And I wouldn't put that pressure on Johnny Bryant in New York City, not in Milwaukee or something like that. Yeah, it'll be a fine. But New York is it's ruthless. It's vicious. They'll turn on you just like that. Trust me. Listen, I would see, game. All right. So look, Pacers series. Game 1 and 2. Knicks is the worst thing ever. Knicks win game 3. They're back. Oh my God. So like it's that roller coaster ride. I mean, look at JJ Redick. Like he's going crazy in the Laker land with the pressure that they're putting on him out there. And he's a first time coach. So I wouldn't want to put that on my man Johnny. Right? Pressure burst pipes. I mean, he could rise to the occasion. But also, it's just like, I don't know if they got somebody there to tell them about history. I mean, what the Knicks are doing is going against traditionally what you would do to win a championship. So that's why I feel kind of duped. But it's early. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so number 2.
What?
Top three coaches. Candidates.
I don't care about none of them. I'm gonna keep it real. I wouldn't mind Sam Cassell. I wouldn't mind Sam Cassell. Somebody convinced me of that earlier. Jason Kidd. I think Jason Kidd would be my number 1 choice, only because he's somebody who knows what the pressure is going to be. He played in New York, and he's a champion. You know, I think he'll be able to handle the pressure probably better than anybody else that we would bring in. And screw it, I'm gonna say Mike Malone, man. He's a champion, bro.
Really?
Screw it.
Crazy. Okay.
I don't really, J-Tap, I don't really care about. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't care about the coaching search because I feel like it's secondary.
You care about the roster? You care about the roster? So
I care about the roster. I care about getting the players that's gonna help us win a championship. Because we just went through a list earlier of guys that won championships with iffy coaches, right? Like. Perfect example, the dude from Cleveland that was with LeBron. Is he a really good coach?
No.
Okay, he just had LeBron. So that's why me personally, I'm like, get LeBron. Not actually LeBron, but just get the guy.
I was about to hang up. My guy.
Yeah, not LeBron, actual LeBron. I'm just saying get the.
He's been getting real close with that lately today. He's been saying some wild shit.
But get the Giannis, man. Get these guys, man. Don't let the Lakers outdo you, man. They always gonna win championships. I already see the play coming. Then they're gonna get who's gonna be up in the next 3 years? They're gonna get somebody else ridiculous. It's gonna be a big man.
Okay.
That's what the Lakers do, man. It's a shame.
And so Yuri, do you think we're gonna go into next year favorite to be the top team in the East?
Favorite to do what?
Favorite to finish as number 1 seed in the East.
Favorite by who? I don't even think Knicks fans will have us as the number 1 seed next year.
I'm sorry.
Hold up, let's do a poll on that. I said I don't even think Knicks fans in the chat would have us as the number 1 seed next year. Hold on, let's do that.
Right, but Yuri's a free thinker. I think he might say yes. They are.
Yuri,
want
we
my
a
honest-
number 1 seed?
you
Yeah.
want my- Hell yeah.
Ah, I knew it.
Yeah. Him and JJP NYC. The only two ones. Well, maybe Knicks will be champs too.
Let me tell
JJP
you
and Knicks
something.
will be. Well, that's
Next,
3.
if they get the proper coach, if they get an offensive-minded coach,
Hi, Mr.
That's Gary. Like your top 3 coaching candidates.
I don't waste time, and
The
I
order
definitely
don't- the order don't
waste
matter.
money. I join.
Real
okay,
quick.
number 1, Jason Kidd. I don't
Mm.
care if none of y'all like him. He knows pick and rolls, which we could honestly use on his team right now.
Okay.
Right.
Facts.
Number 2, Ime Udoka, but we learned that he got denied. Right.
Mhm.
Just now.
That's fine. That's fine. Who's number 3?
Johnny Bryant. Last but not least, I'm gonna tell you why I'm high on a Johnny Bryant train. Fine. You can say he's got no coaching experience, which he doesn't,
Mhm.
obviously, right? But every team he's been on, they've been successful with their offense. Right? I feel like when Johnny Bryant's the head coach, the one thing I gotta say about that, right? You have to give Johnny Bryant his coaching staff. You have to surround him with a competent coaching staff.
Huh.
That's the only thing. You know what
I
I mean?
doubt that'll happen because this front office seems like they want to partake in coaching decisions.
Yep, they picked their own coaching staff. You're right. I know it's a pipe dream, a pie in the sky, but I wish Tibbs would come back as a defensive coordinator, and Johnny Bryant be the head coach. I wish we three-peat.
That will never happen in life,
it's a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream objective. A pipe dream.
No, nice.
By the way,
I would
guys, go
love
vote
it.
for the poll in the chat. Will the Knicks be the first seed in the East next season? I'm curious to see
nice,
what you guys feel.
I think Yuri be the only one that votes yes. Yuri.
No,
Yuri and JJP.
Nice that, will that mean the Rick Brunson will be fired? Nah, Rick Brunson won't be fired. I can't see it.
Hey, you never know.
Nah,
Oh,
come
God,
on.
yo, let me tell you something. If
Okay,
Rick
tell 'em,
Brunson's
son.
fired, that's gonna
You
make
know-
my unfiltered thought that I'm getting ready to record tonight even
Mhm.
more true.
Mhm.
Don't
You
let
already
that
know.
happen. Oh my
Mhm.
God.
Yep.
AP, who's gonna take his firing well? Tibbs? Tibbs didn't take his firing well?
There's no way for us to know that. He's
Yeah.
not allowed to speak to the media,
Nah, he's not.
or else he'll forfeit that $30 million that he's due for the next
Yes,
3
sir.
years. So
sir.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I've been out somewhere.
Wait, LOL. I think APP is talking about Jalen.
What, Jalen? What he said?
That Jalen didn't take the firing well. I figured as much.
Hey, man.
I don't know.
Watch
I got a
my
question.
unfiltered thought tonight. I might touch on that. What's up? Yeah, what's your question?
I forgot it. I'm drunk. Sorry, my bad.
I think
You'll get it
this
back.
offseason is going to be a movie, though. Free agency is going to be a movie. That's all I'm going to say.
It could be a movie. It could be a bust, too, because Giannis not going anywhere. All the top free agents already re-signed back. So, realistically, who's going to be the free agents that's out there? Just a bunch of old dudes.
Oh, okay. Abe, we got clarification. I'm saying Tom Thibodeau is not coming back. He didn't take his firing too well. Oh, yeah, obviously.
Oh, I thought he said Brunson's not taking it. I'm about to be like, what?
I will say, though, right? We're coming to the point now. This is just the early offseason, folks. This is just early. But Corn,
I don't know how crazy it's going to be, though, Yuri, because you don't got that many big salaries out there. Like, just Julius Randle by himself.
Corn, I'm going to tell you something, right? If you think the Knicks rumors weren't that big this week, imagine this. It's the NBA Finals, right? They're going to be talking about They're going to be talking about the Knicks for like literally a whole entire Finals run. They know this Finals is shit. They know this Finals is not it. They know. They know this NBA Finals isn't it.
I haven't watched 1 second. Honestly.
Oh, J-Tap, you missed the epic collapse where if it would have been Coach Tibbs, they would have asked for his head. Mark Dugno decides that he wants to be small and he wants to adapt to how to play like how the Pacers play.
That was stupid.
Once I saw that, I was like, oh, that's a little different. It's like, oh man, that's a little different.
That was stupid. I was shocked he did that.
So 2025 free agents. Okay, so I got it on the screen right here. These are all the free agents that's available.
Just general question: would anybody trade Mitch? Doesn't matter for who. In any package, would you trade him?
Man, you already know my motto, man.
Anybody but objective.
Anyone, but not everyone. So look, you got LeBron, you got Fred VanVleet. These are all player options. Kyrie. So you know none of these guys are going nowhere. Besides Chris Middleton, I think Chris Middleton will sign his $34 million. I'm sorry, yeah. So yeah, he's not going nowhere. But Julius Randle, 30 million. John Collins, 26 million. Maybe John Collins backs out of that. What do you think? You think John Collins will back out of that 26 million player option?
Absolutely not.
You said absolutely not?
No, sir.
Okay. So that means he'll be a free agent. Then you got Brooke Lopez, Clint Capella, Bruce Brown, Malcolm Brogdon, who I wouldn't mind getting, but we probably gonna be able to afford him. Miles Turner, another dream of mine, but he's gonna go back to Indiana. Tim Hardaway Jr.
I don't want Tim Hardaway on this damn team.
Duncan Robinson, hell no. D'Angelo Russell, hell no. Karis LeVert. So when you look at these names,
oh my, it's hard. Oh my, wow.
Exactly. Thank you. I mean, this is what we looking at.
Hold up. Luke Kennard?
Luke Kennard is solid, but you ain't gonna be able to get him.
Nah.
Somebody gonna give him a nice little bag.
What about Dennis Schroeder? Possible.
He said, I had crickets. Nah, no.
I don't know. Detroit could bring him back, but I don't know what Detroit is trying to do. You know, they're one of them teams, they kind of don't know what the hell they doing, but now they look like they do know what they doing. So that'll be another decision. I think Chris Paul's retired. So yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking at on the free agent market, and it's not really. I mean,
I remember my question. Do you think Leon Rose is gonna trade back up into the first round?
That's a good one because if he gets a late first round pick, that'll be a lot cheaper than signing a veteran.
Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all what's gonna happen. This is where you're gonna call me delusional.
Mm-hmm.
Leon Rose is gonna trade for Cooper Flag.
What? Yeah, you know, now you come on. Now we, hey man, did you give some of your drunk. Tequila, J-Tap?
Yeah, I'm not that drunk, my guy. I'm sorry. Nah, no, sir.
There's no way that's happening.
You want to bet?
I don't think even if you said, "Yo, we'll give you Brunson back,"
nah,
I don't think they do that.
Nah.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I do.
Let me tell you something.
J-Tap said, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah, I do. Yes. Yeah. Let's go. Yes.
Oh
yeah.
Lord.
Because let me tell you something. Tibbs is not on this team anymore. The rookies are gonna play.
It depends on who you get as your coach, man. You don't know who you got as your coach.
Yeah, CAA, nice. Yeah, Cooper Flag signed with the CAA, with the CCA.
So what they got to do anything? Half the league is signed with CAA.
Cooper Flag is going to be a Knick in a few years. Watch.
Hey, you know what, Yuri? It's late. I think you need to go to bed. Have you taken your meds yet? You take your meds and go to bed, Yuri.
Yuri,
night is over.
He'll be a Laker before he'll be a Knick.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be a Laker before he'll be a Knick. Guaranteed.
He'll be in a G League before he becomes a Knick.
Garrett, the Knicks, we don't do stuff like that. We want to protect the sanctity of our team. We're not willing to make trades because we want to protect everybody and keep the same second-rate team that's going to go to an Eastern Finals in second round. We don't want to get the guys that's going to get us to the finals. Yeah. By the way, keep voting in the chat, guys, because it's only 5 votes. So I don't believe the results of that votes. I think that was Yuri JJP, and who else is up in there? Maybe Knicks will be champs. I don't believe that y'all think we gonna win and be a first seed next year. I don't believe it.
Crazy question. How about Zion? No?
Health is a problem, man.
Yeah.
You know we got bad luck with players like that, man.
True
He
that.
mess around on the first dunk.
And my guy, you know what? Who's our health staff? My bad, our medical staff. It's a lot better this year.
Casey Smith.
We had a good year as far as health concerned. You know what I mean?
I don't know if Casey Smith gonna be able to help that, brother. I don't know if he's gonna be able to help that.
He's some voodoo magic, huh?
Man, yo, Zion, I think it's just genetics and just bad, like he just has too much weight on his frame. I think that has a lot to do with the hammies.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I just think the weight is just too much weight, man. And but that's his strength though. So like he can't even lose it because then he'll be a different player.
Yes, sir.
He'll be a regular dude that's like 6'6".
Word. You're right. Okay, he's up the list. I don't know. We need somebody to put Hart on the bench. That's all I know.
See, but J-Tap, like I mean, you want to go double big lineup?
It's over. I give up. RP. It's over.
Okay.
I'm over. No, sir. It's over. It's
you
over.
learned your lesson.
I don't care who the coach is. It's over.
What about you, Yuri? You trying to go double big lineup, right?
Yuri, are you there? Hello? Hello?
He might have dropped off.
Maybe.
He might have really dropped off when you said good night. Good night, Yuri.
Yeah, no double big. So you know what? I'll be open to trading Mitch. No Deuce, Hard.
Deuce, it don't make sense to trade unless you need to throw in for like a Giannis trade. But it don't
That's
make
what I'm
sense.
saying. I'll be willing to do it, but I would start him and Brunson, honestly. But if it came to it, I'll trade him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wish.
How about trading OG or Mikal? You wouldn't do that?
Nah.
Because at least with OG, you could get multiple players back more than likely. If you get a team that really wants him, I don't know who would want him, but that might work better with Mikal.
And my guy, I'll trade Mikal first, but for me, I've won the OG on this team for so many years. It's just a personal thing. You know what I mean? For me, I won the OG on this team for so many years.
Right.
I'm happy he's here, and I don't want him to go. That's all.
But I don't think he's a 4. I think you need to get somebody that's gonna make him a 3.
Okay, so move Cat to the 4. I know, I'm kidding. Yeah, you're right. But who?
You know, you need, but here's the problem. See, the team has errors, man. Like, I don't think Mikal and OG at the 2-3 is it, because Mikal can't make plays bringing up the ball, bro. He's not like, you need a real like combo guard like the Murray kid that was with Atlanta. I'm not sure where he's with. Who's he with now? Yeah, he's with the Pelicans, I think.
Yeah, he's with New Orleans. Yeah, he is.
You need a guard like that can defend and play and dribble and make plays. Because Brunson, they playing him 94 feet. You don't got another guy to take the ball out of Brunson's hand. I'm sorry, Mikal.
Nah.
I wasn't impressed with it in the Pacers series. I wasn't really impressed with it. So maybe you got to break up Wingstop.
Yeah, OG. For me personally, OG can stay. Mikal
will be easier to trade too, because like I said, that $25 million is a lot more attractive.
I'll trade for 6. I'll trade for 6 draft picks. No, I'm kidding.
That's a dream.
Yeah,
but
sure.
you might could get a backup. I don't know what you could get.
How about Norman Powell? Anybody like Norman Powell?
Norman Powell. Let's pull him up.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what his salary is, but he's fire. Yeah, if you could get Norman Powell, that's a win right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. And he's probably a better ball handling playmaker than Mikal Bridges.
Even defensively, I think he'll be at least as good as Mikal. Mikal ain't that good.
He makes $20 million.
Let's go.
It's doable.
Let's go.
It's doable. Like if you want to trade Bridges for him, it's doable.
Let's go. Norman Powell.
But I don't know if the Clippers will do that. Clippers is like, nah, I'm not giving up Norman Powell.
Hey, you know what? The land that the Clippers built their stadium on belongs to James Dolan. They're giving up no. They're gonna give up Powell.
Wait, you serious? It belongs to Dolan?
The land they built it on, the land they built the Clippers. Yeah.
Yeah, the Clippers. How he own that?
Hey.
Damn,
I
these
don't
dudes
know.
is everywhere, man.
I'm trying to tell you, my guy.
Man, Dolan, we love you over here in the Objective Knicks fans, man.
Oh, for sure.
Please
you know what?
Don't get rid of us.
The Lakers try to block him from building that stadium. The Lakers try to block him. And I think the NBA tried to block him too because he owned the land that they built that stadium on. And Dolan's like, nope.
That's why he be having beef with the league low key.
Oh, for sure. Even the Sphere, they're like, yeah, that guy got money, my guy. He has money.
Yo, the Sphere is a successful venture. Like they came up big. I saw a report. Like they up their money. They generated from. Yeah, they killing it with the Sphere.
Oh yeah, they didn't want him to have that either because I don't know. But
wow, man, they hate that man. Guess what? He said, "I'm never selling." So y'all got to deal with me.
That's right. Yeah,
that's why I hope that he. I hope that he had nothing to do with the firing. I really hope that it wasn't him that said, "Yo, we got to get this guy out of here," because that's a bad sign if it was.
You know what? For Dolan, I'm not a multi-billionaire, but for him, I think it's like a second a flea over the back of a dog's neck. It's like who?
Okay. Oh, it's that.
That's you know.
Okay. Yeah, I believe the reports. I believe it.
Me too.
I believe it.
For him to sit in on the meeting with the Knicks is like, come on, man. He probably showed up in his pajamas.
Yeah, he just showed up just to just to get the final approval. That's it. It wasn't like, yeah. That's what I think too, because that's consistent with what he's built thus far since Phil Jackson. He hasn't reneged on his promise yet.
Yes, sir. You know what? I mean to go back, but Phil Jackson, we all wanted him. We all wanted him. I remember.
Yes.
We all wanted Phil Jackson.
Yes.
Everybody wanted him. Yeah, bring him in. I can't remember who he wanted for Phil Jackson, but he didn't want to sign Phil Jackson. He did not want to. He didn't want to sign him, but we pressured him, and he got Phil Jackson. And all we got out of it is Porzingis and IQ. Well, was it IQ? Yeah.
Yep.
And that was it. Anyway.
Crazy. No, not IQ. We got Porzingis and maybe RJ. He was gone by the time RJ came out.
Yeah.
Just Porzingis.
That's it. Thank you, Phil Jackson.
He drafted Frank Ntilikina. Oh God. Frank Ntilikina, boy.
Over Mitchell, right? Anyway, let me get up out of here. All right.
All right, yeah. Do your thing, my brother.
All right. Peace and love. All right.
All right. Salute.
Peace.
All right. That was J Tap from the Bay. From BK to the Bay. I see that. I don't believe y'all in this poll, man. Come on, y'all. Y'all gotta vote, man. Do you think the Knicks would be a first seed in the East? I don't believe that has half and half right now. Y'all know the Knicks. Y'all don't believe the Knicks gonna be the first seed, man. Stop it. You say Yuri fell asleep. Oh, Dolan sold it to Balmer. That sounds like that makes sense. J-Tap, he's under the influence, so. Dolan is like, if you don't release power to the Knicks, the mortgages will go up immediately. That's funny. Dolan, to Leon, who you want as a coach? I'm gonna get them fired on there. Yeah, look. Oh, Ty Lue. Ty Lue will be fire. I like Ty Lue. Anybody who's a point guard and they had success coaching in the league, I say that's a go. Nice says, we expect we Knicks fans. Yeah, but I don't think y'all really believe y'all gonna be the first seed. Y'all don't believe that. I don't believe y'all gonna be the first seed, man. Let's see. He fell asleep. He did say he had to get up early. Final call for calls, man. This was a good show. I'm glad I didn't do the Coach Thibodeau show. I was all over the place, man. Because I felt duped, and I still feel duped. I feel like we're being sold a dream, man. And I'm tired of it. It took me 30 years to realize it. And when I did that unfiltered thought, I'm like, yo, I went back 44 years, man. No one in history is doing what we're doing. But we keep doing it. I don't know. I don't know if the league is punishing us because of viewing. I don't know. Obama might be a sidekick to Dolan. Probably. AP says top 4. I say probably top 2. I think we could be 2 or 3, but I feel like Cleveland gonna be the regular season champs, or somebody else is gonna be the regular season champs, and I think we're gonna be right behind them. But I'm not gonna say that I think that we're a first seed. I don't. Tatum is injured. Pacers are flu. Yeah, I don't think the Pacers are a good regular season team. I think that they're just good in the moment. No. Nice outspoken introverts talking about next season. He's not talking about why we beat Boston. At least I don't think that. But final call for calls 646-995-8389. Keep voting on the poll. I'm gonna stay on for a couple of minutes. Some announcements. Friday, right? So this is Friday the 6th. Wow, it's already June. It's crazy. I would love to do a Sunday show, but I'm not. So the next time I come back, it will be Monday for the podcast around noon. You know, sometimes it's 1, 2, but the podcast will return on Monday. I gotta sneak in a members only live. More than likely that'll be Wednesday. And then Friday, the call-up show, 10:45. I was going to change the time, but you guys like to be in here late night. Even if you're out getting lit, you guys could always call up. J-Tap said 2025 is done. It's crazy. Right, AP, I agree. There's always an unexpected leap. I agree. That's why I don't think we're going to be a number 1 seed. I really don't believe it. Because we just don't. When's the last time we was a number 1 seed? When Jordan retired? I can't even remember when the last time the Knicks was a number 1 seed, yo. Hold on. When was the last time the Knicks was a number 1 seed? It had to be when Jordan retired. Because I know it wasn't in the 2000s at all. Let's see if I could get the overview. It had to be. So, okay, so they kind of make it easy for us. Yo, the last time we finished first in our division was 12 years ago in 2013. Forget the conference. First in the division. So hold on, and I know this year we wasn't first. We was like second, I think. Hold on, I could pull it up. I think we were a second seed. No, not this year. Hold on, I clicked on the wrong damn year. Hold on. Yeah, this year. We were first in the Atlantic Division. Yeah, we was the number 2 seed. That was 2013. Like, look at this. Like, yo, we never finished. So to all you Knicks fans that saying we gonna finish first, we never finished first. We just fired our coach. Huh? Yeah, 93, 94. I think this was the year we was the first seed when Jordan was out of there. Hold on. Let's fact check it. Wow, the New Jersey Nets. That's crazy. I feel so old. No, we was a number 2 seed in 94. So hold on. We was a number 2 seed in 94? Holy cow. Hold up. So it had to be this year. So 93. It had to be 93. Because I think it was the 90s the last time we finished as first seed. Right. So 93. And Jordan was there. So this is the last time we finished as the first seed. Was 93. We didn't even do it when Jordan retired. That's crazy. You got to go back to 93 to find out when we was the first team in the East. And then, of course, the 70s, that's probably when it was. I'm not even going back to the 70s because that's just terrible, bro. Man, we got to get Giannis, yo. We got to get Giannis, man. This is ridiculous. Let me see. I want to end the poll, but I'm going to let you guys get a couple of votes in before I end it. Oh, okay, when Jordan was suspended. Wait, hold on. When was Jordan suspended? 60 wins, okay. Jordan was suspended that year, though, in 93? That's how we was able to get it? Because he missed a game or two? I don't remember that. That's a long time ago. Yeah, that 94 Nets team was crazy. Hold up. Let's put that back on the screen, man. Have some fun before we dip out of here. Hold on. That 94 Nets team. Let's pull that 94 Nets team up. Every time I see that net logo, I just think about like NBA Jam or like a video game or something like that. I don't know why. It just, this net logo right here, this is some throwback stuff right here. This always brings me back to a video game. Well, they had Kenny Anderson, Benoit Benjamin, salute to Ron Anderson. But Benoit Benjamin, PJ Brown, Derek Coleman, Armin Gilliam, he was a problem. Rick Mahorn, Johnny Newman. This was a nice squad. Jason Williams, a young Jason Williams. By the way, salute to St. John's. David Wesley, who was a problem. Wow, this was his rookie year. Holy cow, that net team was fire. Wait, hold on. So in the NBA Jam, it was Derek Coleman, Kenny Anderson. I think it was Derek Coleman, Kenny Anderson. And I'm trying to think when they came out with the 3-player, who was the 3rd player? Don't remember. It's a long time ago. Wow. Crazy. You got to put the Pacers over us. Cavaliers could be 4th or 3rd. I don't know if but you see, AP, the problem with the Pacers is they're not the greatest regular season team. Like, they'll finish in the top 4, no doubt, but hey, you know what? You never know, man. You never know. The Pacers could finish better than us. Yo, that's a good point. 93 was supposed to be our year. I like the 92 team too, by the way. The 92 team, to me, was fire. Yeah, that 93 team, probably technically, like from a technical standpoint, this was our best team, the 93 team, because we definitely won 60 games. We were very dominant. Right? And I think this was the year we went up the first 2 games against the Bulls, right? Yeah, we won game 1. We won game 2. Yep. I remember this stuff like as a book. I was young, but I remember watching this stuff. Yeah, 93 was a great team. But to me, the 92 team, which took the Bulls to the 7 games, to me, this team also was very solid. This was the one year we had Xavier McDaniels. Greg Anthony, the young Greg Anthony, he was a rookie. Patrick Ewing, Mark Jackson, and Phil Jackson. Pat Riley traded Mark Jackson because he's too small. I mean, that was a mistake. He should have kept Ewing and Jackson together. They would have been dominant, man. I don't understand that, yo. Charles Oakley, John Starks, Kiki Vanderway, Gerald Wilkins. This is a nice squad, man. Damn, yo. And hold on, I'm trying to remember. Right, game 7, we got smacked. And yo, I remember as a kid, just like flashes, but I remember like being hype off of game 6. Like, yeah, we blew out the Bulls, we gonna win. And then we got smacked. The OG Knicks fan was tight. My dad was tight. Those were the days. Yo, you said ATL was number 1? That's crazy. ATL was number 1. With Dominique in them? Hold on, man. Listen, guys, I like to go into research. I like to look this old stuff up. He said that the Hawks was number 1. They probably was. Hold on, let's pull that up. I'll just go to the Hawks. Let's go to the Hawks. In 94. You said the Hawks was number 1 in 94? That's crazy. Hold up. The Hawks was number 1, and they struggled against the Heat. Hey, hold on. Who was on this Heat team, though? Oh, Glenn Rice. Yes, Glenn Rice. Grant Long. Harold Miner. Matt Geiger. Holy cow. Bimbo Coles. Manute Bol, but he was cooked by this point. Wasn't really doing much. And this was a young Steve Smith, too. Steve Smith was a problem. Wow, man. Wow. The Hawks was the number 1 seed. Holy cow. Forgot about this team. And this was like after Dominique. No, Dominique was still there. So hold on. When did Dominique leave? Oh, yeah, the same year. He went to the Clippers. I know I'm not bugging, bro. I know I know my basketball, bro. I'm like, wait a minute. I know Dominique was not there. Yeah, that year he got traded. Holy cow, bro. Well, the 94 Nets, I would never use the word impressive. And Nets, I'm just saying the players they had on that squad. That's all. The players, they had some good players. I would never use impressive with the Nets. Xavier McDaniel said there was a trade for James Worthy on the table with summer 92. That's why I didn't sign him back. But we ended up with Charles Smith. No, I thought outspoken introvert. Did you read Blood in the Garden? I thought that it was because Ewan told McDaniels, because he came to Ewan and said, yo, Boston wanted to offer me this deal. Should I take it? And it was more money than what the Knicks were willing to give him. And they traded him. And then I was like, yo, damn, Ewan, how are you going how you gonna sabotage your own self by telling your mans to get up out of there? But I guess that's a real dude. NBA Jam. Oh, AP. I'm talking about the one where they had 3 players. I remember Kenny Anderson, Derek Coleman, but I can't remember what the third player was. Who you think will finish number 1 next year? The Pacers? Indiana, Cavs, Knicks? I don't know, man. I don't got no faith in the Cavs, man. I feel like they the regular season champion, but they might wind up being the number 1 seed again. Yeah, the Charles Smith play definitely did kill us in 93. I actually remember that. BJ Armstrong hit a 3. Yeah, facts. Wow, you got the arcade video game with the 92 team. 93, 97 for sure. 97 was a great year. We was up 3-1 against the Heat, and then they got us. Because of the suspensions when the fight with PJ Brown and them. No, that was some bad stuff. Yeah, man. Wow, this is some good stuff, man. Reminiscing over the old times. Man, those days was, yo. I don't know if it was because I was younger and I was a kid or a teenager, but those days to me, like the NBA, and you know what else too? The video game, right? Because I still ain't get me a PS5 yet, but the NBA lives, like from like 97, and then before that we had NBA, I think it was NBA Action 96. Like all of those games, you know, it just, I don't know, it just was like, it just got you hyped. Like it just was a different time for me personally. But I was hyped in the 90s for sure. And because in the 90s I learned how to play ball then too. Like, so it's like you playing the game, you actually playing ball. It just was like basketball was like, then you watch it on the TV. It's like it's crazy. Well, I'm gonna end the poll though. Let me end the poll. Let me see. So I'm ending the poll. 53% say no. 46% say yes. I'm surprised that you guys are that, you know, you think we're going to finish as a first seed. That means you guys really don't like Coach Tibbs. I think we figured it out. Yes, Glenn Rice, Harold Miner was fire. Glenn Rice was a problem. I remember when we first got Glenn Rice. I was so hyped for him, but I was looking at the older Glenn Rice because he was just old at that point. I mean, the younger, like, we wasn't getting that dude. That was a different Glenn Rice we got. Then I didn't understand it. This is when Scott Layden and the stupid management was just dumb. How you going to have Rice, Houston, and Sprewell? I didn't understand that. Like, I really did. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, that just didn't make no sense to me. But I want to thank you guys for rocking with me, man. We hit the 4-hour mark. We did it. You know, we crossed the threshold. I want to thank you guys for you know, checking me out. To all the new subscribers that subscribe, I appreciate you. Make sure you hit the bell icon, hit the like button so more people can check out the video. I'm gonna be here every Friday, man. I like the turnout for the show tonight, so I think I'm gonna keep the time the same. You know, so I'll be here at 10:45, but we'll be back on Monday around noonish, with the podcast This Week Inside the Knicks, and I'm gonna try to get back to my content every day. I will be dropping an unfiltered thought, like I said, but I want to salute to all the callers. Yuri, J-Tap, my man Mike from Harlem, the PA, my man Juan. Salute to Wiz from New York for calling up, first time caller. So who else called up? My man Trevor from BK to Queens. Salute to everybody that called up. I do appreciate you. Oh, my man from Denver. I think it's John. Is it John from Denver? Salute to my man from out of Denver who called up. Salute to the Pacer troll too. I mean, I don't know why you trolling me now. You should be on the OKC pages. I don't know. Oh yeah, I see AP Jam T was expanded in 95. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the Nets team. I know they had Coleman. I think it was Coleman and Kenny Anderson. I just can't remember the third guy. It's all good though. But I want to salute all the callers, man. I appreciate you guys, man. That's all I got for you guys tonight. Oh, I give a final thought. I felt duped with the Coach Tibbs firing, not because I'm a Thibodeauite, but it's more so because I felt like we're putting the emphasis on the coach when I really think that we need to make a push for an MVP caliber player, man. And if we can't get him, fine. But don't just give me the, oh yeah, Tibbs is the reason why we didn't make it to the finals. But then if we don't make it to the finals next year, now you're copping, please. I don't want please. I want progression. That's what Coach Tibbs was giving me every year. I knew we were going to get better. So will it be Jason Kidd? I don't want Johnny Bryant, only because I don't want the kid to get hurt. And I feel like New York City will hurt him. What else I want to say? The Giannis trade, hopefully it's there. It's not looking good. Looking like he's going to stay in Milwaukee. As far as running it back, I don't think that running it back is going to be beneficial to us reaching the finals. I think we need to add more pieces. And I think the star lineup, while it was great last year, we need to find someone that could start at the 4. But let me see what AP saying. I'm out of here. Cancel. I got NBA Live 95 because they got New York Knicks on the cover. I played. You know who had NBA Live 95? Dusty. That's how I played it. The first live I had was 96, but before that, or 97. But before that, we were playing NBA Action. You remember NBA Action? That was like the simulation, the simulation, you could do like playoffs and season. That was the joint that I was really rocking to before I got live. But Dusty had Live 95. That's how I played it. But salute to you guys, man. That's all I got for you. And until next time, let's go Knicks.